up, everyone, and welcome, misfits, to today's... What? Is that daytime? I could see light. This episode of Skeptic and Ranting. Good evidence for God? Is that you? You know what? They always look up. God, are you down there? No. Today, we are having a modern-day debate-inspired after-party on Abdullah al-Andalusi versus Matt Dillahunty. That's right, on
Dillahunty, as I'm
good, the one, the only good evidence for God? Spoiler alert. But we're welcoming different views. Oh, the open mic. It's about to begin, ladies and gentlemen.
Bring your own evidence party.
Exactly, ladies and gentlemen. Just a little bit of empirical evidence. BYOE. Bring your own empirical evidence.
I got some axioms, a couple syllogisms. Is that going to work for you?
Oh, baby, will it? After you get tested, of course, that's the one thing, the only difference. But it's those little things.
What would I tell you if I said there's a gap in our knowledge, a hole? Do you have anything you can fill that gap with?
Oh my! I would say probably a whole bunch of whatever the hell comes out of apologists. I know they like to fill it. Oh, don't they?
Yeah.
Abiogenesis, which we didn't talk about in this debate, but oh my goddess, you can only look back in time to the Big Bang? Yeah. Yes, we can. That's all. Plank time. We said it. Do we have a shot class?
Walk the plank.
Walk the plank, baby. But yes, won't you join James W. and myself, Amy Newman, for a theologically good time. Woohoo!
Woohoo!
What is up, everyone, one and all? Thank you for joining us on the intertubes and also the interwebs that go through the intertubes. Pew, 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 pew. But yes, please don't forget to like, follow, and subscribe. Woo-hoo! Because then you gain access to that bell icon, which when set to all will send you reminders for our premieres and to join our live streams. In fact, I think I'm going to upload the fantastic and wonderful debate on the panel that I had on. It was interesting.
And then we'll have your debate with. Are we going to be premiering your debate with Gavin?
We absolutely are. We're going to have the debate with Gavin, and then we're going to have the debate with you and Ken Hovind, the one and only. I think we're going to add a little commentary right on top.
There you go.
But yes, thank you, everyone, one and all.
I can't give a preview. There may be a round 2 in the works. That may be happening.
Oh my, James, are you saying 2 scoops?
That it might be happening. I can't say for sure yet, but it has been mentioned.
Just seems like the devil's planting debates in the ground. That's what it seems like evidence for. But yes, we are a skeptic channel, including the 2 schmucks that you see hosting. However, really, right at the end of this intro, we are going to be rolling into the open mic, or really opening up the hell gates
to a Dawa channel.
That's right. Look,
basically,
we love promises like that. We've had people come on, just let them present what they have, and we'll be Muslims, we'll be Christians. Haven't found a rabbi yet, but we
Dawa
welcome
and
it all.
ranting.
I know,
Skeptic and Dawa.
Dawa and Ranting. We welcome it. Every once in a while, we get people that are like, hey, you're just doing what we do, but like for secularism and generally speaking against religion, superstition, and I don't know, crystals. And we're like, yeah.
That's called counter apologetics. They didn't get the memo.
That's right. It's in the mail.
They do apologetics, so we counter their apologetics and tell them why they're wrong.
Exactly.
But we do it lovingly as we possibly can.
As Talk Heathen would say, we don't hate you. We just think you're wrong. And speaking of the fantastic, I mean, ACA, I am a little bit of a fangirl of ACA content. I can't help it. So just a shout out to the awesome Matt Dillahunty. And I believe, I thought it was, we'll talk about the entire debate. We'll see if the spice was real tonight. But I do want to say this opening commentary is supported, or I'm trying to think what Sam Harris says. This housekeeping, we're doing more housekeeping, is sponsored by our Patreons at patreon.com/Amy Newman. Also, the included Foley, which is sound effects. I had a Foley class, which was so much fun. You just basically, you go in there and you smack coconuts for all the right reasons. And also sending love to Oz from the Atheist Roundtable. Woohoo! And basically speaking, Tangang Yo, because we don't schism, so we kind of do it better, as well as the upcoming LGBTQ plus secular allies call-in show, which it took me a second to realize that it was a call-in show. That is what I'm really looking forward to, is having people.
That's when Tuesday, you say?
Tuesday. And also sending love at youtube.com/The Atheist Roundtable if you would like to see that stream and all the wonderful non-believer content, as well as Ian Davenport.
Ian, thank you so much, Ian. Yeah, I know, Immutable, that we're really early today, but Matt Dillahunty decided to do a debate at 3 in the afternoon, so what can we do?
What I was saying to James, I can't believe that there's actually daylight, but that will probably change.
Or you can go back into your coffin.
Exactly. But sending love to Ian, who's reminding us that, our hearts kind of don't look like a clock. In fact, it's what we contrast with the artificial. In fact, your artificial open heart surgery happens to your natural heart. But thank you so much, Ian.
But no, God designed it that way so that the doctors could do that surgery on it.
Exactly. Well,
it's designed.
It's a watch in a field of watches in a planet that is a watch in a solar system of watches. It's very watchable, if you ask me. So thank you so very much, and sending love to a grumpy old cuss as he reminds us to, try to keep our manners, because we listen to a lot of creationist claims. We listen, and it sometimes makes us go bleep, bleep, bleep.
I think Matt wanted to, for some of the claims he got.
And the funny thing is that Matt gets a lot of flack sometimes because, he gets the spice, sometimes gets real. I think it's actually justifiable sometimes because we hear so many of the same claims over and over. I just don't understand it. I hear claims like, Well, the collab only makes sense in like the step program. Like you have to start on a Weight Watchers type of thing, and then once you accept it, then you'll
Once
understand.
you totally buy into it, then we give you the Quran.
And that kind of makes us go, "What the?"
Yeah.
But thank you, Grumpy, and also thank you so very much to the lovely Diana Smith, who
Thank you, Diana.
Look. We hear all sorts of religious claims that women are definitely equal in religion. In fact,
sure.
Well, some people are more equal than them, but totally equal in the end. In the change, once you count tax or something.
You've got a price for a male servant, a price for a woman servant person thing.
I wonder if the Quran does that. It definitely does that in the Bible, where they actually have to put male servant above female servant. They couldn't just say servants.
Or sheox and heox.
Like James says, they're often, I swear, these dudes were paid by the word. And so...
Oh, we can't just put ox. We got to put sheox. Heox.
Sponsored by that ringtone.
Satan.
Satan, I'm trying to sell as many timeshares in hell as I can. It's a hard business. It's by the Lake of the Damned. Lovely ambiance of people screaming day in and day out forever. But
I guess he wasn't happy with those babies you sacrificed to him yesterday.
Damn it.
Yeah.
Look. As an atheist, there's only so many babies that you could throw into an active volcano at a time. But also sending love to Diana Smith. And I would say, the archaeologist who has spent most of his time fighting as many Nazis as he can. Sending love to Pat Lohinger.
Thank you, Pat.
Woo-hoo! Thank you so very much, Pat. Who has done many fantastic episodes with us of Talk Skeptic to Me, as well of Sacredness, how it came to be.
Halloween.
How spooky was the Halloween episode and how it came to be.
Up.
And of course, is absence of evidence of absence? Which the answer is maybe. A resounding maybe. Because we find a lot of data points, when it comes to gods anyway. But no, maybe it's the girlfriend at another high school. Totally.
Could be.
Sending love to Pat Lohinger and Dale Pastel, who we're looking for a little bit of empirical evidence. Really,
get any today?
Type of empirical evidence that would pass the peer review process. And no, we didn't. Spoiler alert. I would love if there is, honestly, please, theist, Christian, or specifically Muslim, because it was a Muslim in this debate. So please come on, though any theist, because it is my pet peeve, though I understand why they do it in like the intellectual arms of warfare is argue from a deistic perspective. A prophet, miracles. What are you talking about? Did I even bring up a miracle? Do you see the moon? Who's talking about the moon?
First causes and prime movers.
Exactly. We're moving primal, baby. We're not presenting empirical evidence, but we're doing something. Thank you, Dale. And also sending love to Dave Gore, who reminds us that, well, the Bible, the Quran, and that entails, I guess, the Torah and the Gospel. They kind of support the flat Earth narrative, but that's okay. When the cafeteria is large enough, you can just scoop on by. Thanks, Dave Gartho. And also sending love to Scott Duke, who's reminding us, well, a lot of creationists look down on other animals. Once again, this is not a PETA infomercial. Enjoy your bacon. Just please know that the pig Yeah. It just wasn't poofed into existence like a video game, which is kind of actually evidence it's not artificially created.
I don't think he got poofed.
James, have you ever heard of the poof model?
I have, yeah, from Dr. Hovind.
It's right. 15 foot of teaching.
Well, you know, he's done extensive studies into the male reproductive anatomy of the whale.
He has. So that's how he's come to the conclusion that evolution is a hoax, a fairy tale, and he definitely doesn't hear those words in his nightmares at night. What? But sending love
around by 15-foot whale.
That's right. But also sending love to Regos, who reminds us that we have a skeptic Bible study on this channel that, you know, it gets a little thespian. It gets a little thou shall stab everyone to death, especially those of an interfaith couple.
Especially.
And so it kind of makes us think he's not the God of love. I don't know.
Well, as we heard at the end, he's not all love. He's part love. No. He's also part Punisher.
Exactly. And this time it's personal.
Yeah. The
and
Rock
also,
as God. As Allah.
Well, that's funny. We saw Guilford Godfrey as God in Small Friends. I think that was the latest I saw, which is kind of a funny interpretation.
They have similar voices.
I can understand both. Yeah. What is it? I'm trying to think. Maybe Denzel Washington and maybe Guilford Godfrey. I'm trying to remember. Kind of just very spectrums of God. You can really go out there.
I thought you were talking about a cross between Gilbert Gottfried and Denzel Washington.
Oh my God!
Like if they were able to sire.
Now I think we have discovered what the voice of God would sound like.
There you go.
But nonetheless, sending love to Regos and sending love to Rachel Holland. Reminding us that the Bible, we would never kink shame one, and we would never, well, you know, when you kind of take a sword and you go around enslaving the nations around you, I don't know.
You give them an option, they can choose the sword if they don't want to be your slave. It's not
exactly
free will.
Oh, that free will thing, it comes in every once in a while. Not when people are drowning, but I'm sure when they are in that 7-day contract, which is only for Jews, or 7-year contract. That's that loophole that gets you out of being a slave. But if you are not a Jew, guess how long you're going to be a slave? If the correct answer was forever, oh, you win a prize. It's to continue being enslaved forever.
Or you can be free and lose your head. I mean, it's up to you, though. It's up to you. Yeah.
Do.
Free will.
Free will, everyone. Once again, just keep on eating those free sandwiches, or as James would remind us, that quail. As if you read our Bible study,
keep eating that quail.
But sending love to last, but certainly not least, sending love to Senator Cato, who has reminded us, of course, of the separation of church and state, which is really the enemy that we care about. Everything else is an intellectual battle. It's a superstitious war. We're trying to make. I hate even using the West, but it's really just, can we just call society, no matter what country you are in the planet, if you are following superstition, it's probably going to lead to not good things.
Yeah, just stop.
Just stop.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Is it really that hard to believe things for evidence and just to withhold? I guess it is, but we'll find out because we're going to send the link into chat. We've been blabbing and blabbing. Thank you so much once again to our Patreons, to our mods, the people in chat, and of course, lovely viewers like you who make this even possible. And I am actually we're gonna throw James up there. James, I want to know, we are Skeptic and Ranting tonight. We are looking for good evidence for God. It was the Islam versus atheism, really the deism or theism versus atheism. But tell us, what did you think of the debate, the topic, tacos?
Well, I think my reaction to the debate, I think a lot of us were expecting a little bit more from the other side. I feel like we didn't really hear much new in this debate. I mean, we got syllogisms, axioms, we got philosophy, we got lots of poetic language. We didn't get much evidence, though. We didn't get evidence, and that's why we're here, talk about evidence. Now, if you think you can define God into existence, you can take something that doesn't exist but make him exist because you literally define him into existence. You're welcome to do that, but I would say that does not make him actually exist. And the question comes down, do you really want to know whether he exists or not? Or do you just want a basis to believe that he does? You just want an excuse to believe that he does, or do you really want to know whether he exists or not? And coming into the debate and basically saying, as you all have heard me say before, why is there something rather than nothing? You don't know, therefore God. Yeah, we get it. We get it. We all know that atheists don't have a good answer for the origin of the universe. We don't. We're open about that. We say we don't. But what we also say is just making up whatever solution comes to your mind is probably not going to be productive. And just conjuring up any explanation, any deity that you can come up with does not make that likely to be true, regardless of our ignorance to the reality of the answer. As we say to the creationists before, just because we can't tell you exactly how, where, and when a biogenesis happened does not mean we have to put your book of fables with talking snakes and donkeys on par with modern science. They're not the same. Science has not answered every question, probably never will answer every question. There'll always be another question you could ask, but we've answered a hell of a lot more than religion has ever given us. And science can't tell you everything. Religion can't tell you anything. Can't tell you anything about the natural world. When it gets things right, it does so by piggybacking off of science, because the people that wrote it, they knew a little bit of science. Okay. But that doesn't excuse all the things that they get wrong all throughout these holy texts. And it's not just the Quran or the Bible. They're all full of errors. They're all full of things that ancient man would say. If you want to know the dumb stuff ancient man would have said, well, that's easy. You open up a holy book, open up a religious text. You'll see lots of stuff in there. Dumb things that ancient man would say. Like ancient man who knew nothing about genetics saying, oh, if we put up striped sticks in front of the water where the goats drink, maybe they'll breed in front of those sticks and then their babies will be striped like the pattern of the sticks. Yeah. And if you want to take that same book, though, and say that book trumps everything modern biology tells us, I'm going to have to call BS on that. So, yeah, we didn't get any evidence today. We got more of the same axioms and syllogisms, flowery poetic language, wishing and hoping. We got wishing and hoping. people, they really wish and they really hope that there is a God, but really wishing, really wanting, really hoping does not make a God real. As bad and as terrible as it is to live, that we all live under a death sentence, that we're all going to die at some point, as terrible as that is, just pretending that doesn't apply to you, to me, is not very productive. But there are some people who can't come to terms with reality on that one. So it's the battle we fight. Thank you, guys. You still with us, Amy?
Yes, I am. In fact,
he is.
Thank you, James. We are about to head into the open mic. Once again, I want to shill for the fantastic modern day debate, the link of which is in the description below if you'd like to see the debate with the one and only, the ACA's Matt Dillahunty. And all right, before I send that into chat, good evidence for God. No, what we get instead is 1,000-year-old arguments that are more like riddles and less like science. I'm sorry, but why is there something rather than nothing? It's great when you're navel gazing at the sky. However, the laws of nature, like causality or time and space, are not evidence of a deity.
Womp womp.
I know. James, have you seen the trees? Have you looked at them?
I have.
This is also because providing actual miracles to the witness table, does it normally end sounding believable as soon as it comes, that's what he or she said, out of someone's mouth? So they have to switch arguments that sound like they are deists. Trust me, it'll taste the same. You have to accept those so that you can go down the rabbit hole. Then the Lord of the Rings versus Harry Potter can begin. A Trinity versus talking ants. Nonetheless, they instead retreat to deism. Not because they're deists, but because, once again, atheists don't believe in magic. The non-believers get something, the contingency argument, so that they can use it like a worm to take you down to their specific religion. But these arguments almost always have unprovable, vague premises we should not accept. So, good evidence for God, not if it's going to come anywhere else, but tried and true, tested, verifiable evidence. Until that time, supporters of gods need to get their butts back into the lab. Thank you. And all right, how about you, James? Oh, I'm so used to it. We are ready. With that, I am going to bring us back, and
So you
send
don't
that.
like the contingency argument. Have you met the Kalam argument before? Can we introduce you to Kalam?
You know, if this was a year ago, we'd be in a very different position, I think. But after covering this subject over and over now,
Over and over.
I am still not convinced.
Yeah. Oh, we've been up and down that road plenty of times, and you're just not going to get any more juice out of that orange. It's given about all it's going to give.
I mean, just talking about change and necessity, which is what a lot of these cosmological arguments deal with, I mean, you need to bring the realm of metaphysics into physics. That is the only way that you are going to convince skeptics, convince non-believers, because anything else is just making stuff up. Even if it's an educated guess, because that's what a hypothesis is. Many lay people, I'm sure, us at one point in our lives thought that, you know, a theory was just an educated guess. But no, that's a hypothesis. A theory is a framework of facts. And so it's actually using a bunch of facts to understand a phenomena.
But it could still be refined and expanded on and modified when needed. Yeah.
You could ask, and the link is on stage, everyone. We're going to give everyone their intros. I'll say my my little shtick at the beginning, but I want people to get on because we want to go into the open mic. Tell us what you thought about the debate, or tell us what you just thought about the subject in general. Good evidence for God. I feel like this is James and I's bread and butter. We can't help ourselves because we continue to look for good evidence for God. And have you checked under your bed, James?
It's nothing there. No deity.
Let me check under the Gavin. Nope. Actually, Gavin, continue. Yeah. But no God. I can't find anything that would convince us. And these theological arguments that have been around for 1,000 to 2,000 years aren't going to convince anyone. I think they convince believers. And like I said, they are often used in the marketing department of apologetic and Dawa channels.
Well, I mean, once in a while they convince somebody like a good old EA, but you know, that's few and far between. They're not usually very effective, but hey, a broken clock can still be right twice a day. What can we say? Sometimes people do buy into it.
And once again, you can't say the actual miracle claims because, well, I mean, then you would just sound ridiculous.
Absolutely.
And I'm just
going to buy into it first. You have to accept that it's true before you even read it.
And I'm just going to read some comments because we now have our first person behind stage. So while we're setting them up and I'm pinning it in chat so everyone else can join, we are about to go into the open mic. We're Skeptic and Ranting. What is up, Jenna? What is up?
That's right. It's early.
Ooh, that's okay. Got some
kind out of
sugar.
A little early today.
That's right. We actually have seen daylight. It is still daytime, which is amazing. But what is an open mic? An open mic is, although the two schmucks before you, we love blabbing. We actually love to open up the floodgates as well. So we're going to open it up so other people can say what they thought about the debate, the topic, maybe even some spicy back and forth. Because once again, he who controls the spice controls the universe.
Can they talk about tacos?
They can also talk about tacos or cats and puppies. Always acceptable. Sending love. I see Senator Cato, Brian Stevens, April Cox, Beamsy, Solitaire, BrainBug. So many people.
406
Immutable
atheist.
Destiny. So many lovely people. Carol, the 406 atheist. Udolph, who I saw making lovely comments.
Hey, we got
Jason,
Dave Gar. Hey, Dave Gar.
what is up? What is up, Dave Gar? What is up, Spooky? We have Hey, Amy, I'm religious and believe in free will. Gurmanian Bad Tempered Banishers recommended your channel. Holy moly, we are sending so much love. We love our theist brothers and sisters. Because really, we're just a skeptic channel. We are team science. We are, I saw someone sending in chat, we want more they love the non-theistic and modern day debates in there, which I always love. But I personally, I love theist, atheist, and I think we're almost caught up. So
yep,
we're about to switch in.
Bring in Peter.
That's right. We got Pieter and we got Solitaire. So we are going to bring them in and then jump into open conversation. I thought it was a fun debate. I still am not convinced, though, once again, because they never come with empirical evidence. And that's the one thing that I care about. Dave Gar says, I really like these. I talked up the non-contradiction part of good evidence, common sense with good reference. And that's the funny thing I've heard recently. They use the apologetic. There is no, is there a Dawaist? It'd still be apologetic, I guess. That there's no contradictions in the Quran. I find that very funny because all of the Bibles have or holy books have contradictions.
Now, here's the thing with that. I mean, they can just look at 1 + 1 = 2 and say it's wrong and come up with a reason for it. I mean, they can read in the Quran and see where if it says up is down and left is right, they can say, oh no, that's true. But you need 17 paragraphs full of explanations and mental gymnastics to try to make it sound like
exactly.
So that's it. They'll just never accept the contradictions that are there. They'll just explain them away based on whatever, because if you're desperate to believe it, you'll believe it anyway. So whatever half-ass explanation they can shove at you, and the people who really want to eat it up, they will gobble it up and ask for seconds. The same thing Ken Hovind does with Bible contradictions.
Cafeteria. Everyone gets to pick their own.
Ken Hovind will just take you and snuggle you and say, don't worry, baby. There's no contradictions in the Bible, not even one. I know. I read it. Don't let those mean old atheists tell you there's contradictions. No. Of course, it's full of contradictions, but these people are not going to let reality interfere with their delusion.
Oh, I see already. Send in love. I see the sinister porpoise. I see Brian Stevens, Dave Gar. I also see I see Terry. How did you guys feel about the computer program analogy Matt used? Shot himself in the foot, didn't he? We're going to answer this, and now we got 3 people. So we're going in with Dog. But how do we feel about the computer? I dislike when we start to use any type of computer program analogies, because it really is the difference between something that is artificial and naturally occurring. Pineapples, or really the pineapple tree, because people, creationists, like to count that out, are naturally occurring. If you just throw seeds into a field, water, good glass of water, from the sky is going to rain down. The soil will just scatter and will actually, some will die, but a handful will just naturally grow up, as occurring to like a soda can, which just can't, or a computer. A computer does not just form on its own. It's fantastic that a Turing machine can, first of all, do anything, and that a computer is actually based on that. And so, technically speaking, a computer can do any algorithm that we put into it. That is fantastic. That's really not what your genes are doing. And they conflate the hell out of what is going on with genes and what is going on with an actual computer. But we can talk about that. It's just
essentially chemical reaction. That's what it is.
Exactly. That your genes don't care. I would actually say 2 levels of uncaringness. Your genes don't care, and I really don't think your cells care. If you want to go even higher up on the cellular level, they don't. Yeah, I would say they're not conscious, but they're alive, and so they are these little living organisms that we are made of, but they really don't give a shit about us. They care about keeping us healthy and everything else, but they don't care what style hair you are. That's not really
keeping themselves healthy. They keep us healthy.
Yes, exactly. It is the ecosystem that we call life, and that consciousness is a mechanism. They hate it when I compare it to digestion and healing, and they're like, "What? Don't compare it to that." Even like, do you know how awesome digestion, healing, all these other mechanisms are that keep you alive? But no, your heart. But no. Consciousness. I love consciousness, first of all, but it's the bias that I actually think gets in the way. It's not super special. It's super special. Isn't that a special pleading fallacy? No, it's not, because it's special. Okay, moving on. Let's bring in everyone else. We have too many people now. Too many is in just the right amount. We have the fantastic. We have Pieter, Dog, Solitaire, the Sinister Porpoise. What I mean to say is we are opening up the floodgates. It's been brokered. We are opening as Skeptic and Ranting. We are actually talking about good evidence for God, and I think there's a lot of people that are about to become theists because I'm waiting for them
Leophilius
to prove.
Stuck in there.
So here we go. See, once again, I said I couldn't help it. I love to blab, and there's so much to say about this topic because it is our bread and butter. But speaking of being lovely and fantastic, Pieter, we love to have you on. We are Skeptic and Ranting on good evidence for God. I don't know. Did you see the debate? Do you now believe
I have
in
not.
God?
Have not. I have been asleep, which is kind of weird for me. It's not something that I do a lot, but
it does happen every once in a while.
It does happen, and it helps my brain because after it came to me that when people say that you have to look through religious text for context, and then realizing it was all context. I now realized while you were talking, actually, that to have a verifiable evidence, first, you need to have very viable evidence to have verified. So that's the thing that I haven't seen yet.
Right.
I've recently, for the people who are a fan of logic, I recently joined the channel of Christ Righteous, aka Plagiarism Boy, and yeah, I had a conversation with him, which apparently was so intimidating that he deleted it from the channel.
Is that somebody who Logic took on, like one of his videos?
I call him the atheist cosplayer. He pretends to be British with a terrible accent, and then pretending to be an atheist, which he also can't pull off because he plays an atheist as creationists think atheists should be.
Who is this?
So he basically is, when we talk about this is a rock and the rock is grandpa, this is the dude that really is pushing that. Fantastic.
Yeah, it's So it's pretty terrible. He wrote a book with the title God Is, which got taken down because he used a copyrighted image in his book. So that was taken down. The image was taken out. And now we need to get rid of all the plagiarism that is in there. He copied the entire section from Frank Turek, William Lane Craig, and a couple of others. So it's basically not his book. It is what he saw in other people's books and then put it in another book and saying, I wrote it. And at the end, he said, I want to thank, and then he listed all the people that he plagiarized for their inspiration. Yeah, that's not how that works. But yeah, he might be on.
That's not exactly a bibliography, but
yeah, I'm pretty excited. So the past few days, I've been talking to a few theists, Christians and Muslims who want to have a conversation. And actually, Amy, I hate to do this to you, but I am the Will Smith to your Chris Rock, because we have been waiting for you to come into Discord and to open up the floodgates for Debate Me, brah, because I have a guest and I tagged you in, so you need to check, and we need to set that up.
I will say,
which is another theist that I really want to talk to.
That that will be one of our next episodes. That will be fantastic. As long as you guys can do around this time, or I would say, that's funny, I'm so used to streaming at late night. As long as you can do a late night time, probably we can find a great time to do.
We're both across the planet from where you are. So I'm in the Netherlands. He is in the alt Netherlands, which is South Africa.
That's true, but halfway around the world in the middle of the night is like your daytime.
Yeah, and I recently saw a Muslim scholar, and he had an awesome quote as to. I need to find that because I butchered that one earlier, and I don't want to butcher it again. So, but he had an awesome quote as to why exactly the Muslim religion was the best one, and I shall read it to you.
I'm ready to convert.
The moon has been given a huge importance and significance in our religion because moon shines light at night when we need it, not like sun, which shines at day. Who needs light at daytime? Once again, it is proof that our religion is the most intelligent one. According to Maulana Huzur Mukhimuddin Khan, we don't need light at daytime. We can skip the sun. We don't need light at daytime because we already have light at daytime. That's why it's called daytime.
It's true. And, the sun just basically runs away from us at night, gets super scared. So how could we
This is logic you cannot argue with. It's impossible. But, yeah, so I don't know. We get into Discord. We'll set up a day and time for the debate. This is a really. I want to promote it already, even though we haven't set a date, because this guy is Martin. He's been around on the interwebs, and he's a really nice guy, extremely nice guy. So it's not going to be a dumpster fire. You're going to get a decent discussion, but. The woo.
That's but no, not at all. I mean, that's what we tend to get. It's woo or a philosophy 101 course where all of the questions end in I don't know, which it does not amount to anything. But
let's say
you so
there's
much,
almost
Peter.
Oh, and one thing, because you and this is referring to the debate about the contradictions in the Quran. I know it is an awful lot to get through, but there is a playlist on Ross' channel where we go through the Quran, and he's been doing this for several years now. And you'd be surprised how many contradictions there are actually in the Quran.
In the
We usually
Quran?
stumble onto one every 2 weeks. So, yeah.
That sounds about right.
I'll shut up now and sit
Talking
in the back.
ants. I didn't just
and
make that up. That's not a fedora tip. Talking ants. And if you're wondering what chapter in the Quran that is, it's from a very obscure, hard to understand title called The Ant.
The ant.
It's
Mhm.
okay. It's going to be okay. No, I'm sending love out there.
And the
It all
Muslims
makes
knew
sense, no
all
matter what
about the
religion.
ant, which is where we got Antarctica from.
Exactly. But once again, doesn't matter if you are Muslim, Christian, we love everybody. And all right, thank you so much, Peter. And we're going right down the line. Dog. Dog, I hope you are doing good. In fact, we are skeptic and ranting on is there good evidence for God? What are your thoughts about the debate, the topic, or anything we've been talking about?
First of all, I will behave myself tonight because Amy,
Oh,
I speak my mind. And I also was quite surprised that Peter, who is a great adversary in our community, sleeps. I didn't think he ever slept. Bless him.
Well, so a good pointer to that is that I just noticed that you sent me a DM, so I'll respond to your DM later because I was asleep.
I did, my friend. I did warn you I was going to send you that DM.
Yeah, you did warn me.
Anyway, that debate. I've seen apologetics bring philosophy into religion just to muddy the waters. They bring it into secular reasoning to muddy the waters, but I've never seen one bring science into faith. And to mix them two is just absolutely stupid. He focused a lot on Abdullah, I'm talking about, focused a lot on a multiverse. To assure his conviction that Allah existed. And oh my God, first of all, you got to realize that you got to prove that a multiverse existed. At the end of the day, I understand the theology of science where they say, well, it could exist, but it's something you cannot prove. It cannot be proven yet. I'm going to say yet, but it relied on that, and it was sad, to be fair. And Dillahunty made his excuses and left pretty early at the end, at the question time. Dillahunty said, "Yeah, I've had enough with you," and I have to take my hat off to him that he was quite. I wouldn't have been quite as nice. But he did make his point and say, "Yeah, I've got."
I thought Matt was
I've
pretty
got to
good
wash my hair or whatever he said, and he left, which is fair point to him. But Abdullah just carried on about these. He was going on about the quarks at the moment cannot be split. But he's saying, "Oh, can that be?" He went on. He went deeply into science and brought religion into it. And science and religion is worse than philosophy and religion. It just does not meet any goal whatsoever. And I'm going to what Peter said with Oren Ra on the. I remember him debating a Muslim who was bringing up these. That a fetus is gum, and it's conceived between the shoulder blades and moves down to the stomach and things like that. And he even brought up a ornate picture of a genitals, a man's genitals on the inside. The vas go over the stomach and things like that. And
You gotta go the Ken Hovind route.
that's it. They're all contained within the pelvis. But these pictures, obviously, they elaborate on it and show where the vas deferens go, but they don't tell you where the kidneys, and it's nonsense that the people treat the Quran as some sort of scientific manual, and they try and bring a Muslim will always try and bring science into it as if it is a scientific proof that's how we are, but it's all wrong. We have anatomy tests and things like that. At the end of the day, a Muslim will bring science into it, a Christian will bring philosophy into it, but it still only muddies the water into what is absolute nonsense, and it's irrelevant to evidence. If you understand what I said, Amy.
I just am looking for empirical evidence would be my shtick, is that he came with a lot of arguments that I don't think atheists are normally convinced by anyway. It's like putting new as in like the first time that we've ever ate bread. New bread. It's like, no, I think this has actually been a bit round the times more than you're saying it is.
I'm not going to deny Abdullah's reading of the theories of a multiverse and whatnot means nothing. But I'm not going to deny that he's very well read in that theory. But does it exist? It's something that we can't test. So it's just he relies on that through the same reason he relies that Allah exists, and that's through faith. Does the universe expand and contract repeatedly? Are we just another sublimation of an expanding universe, and it's going to contract again? Them theories exist as well. Why does he not believe in any of them? He's filling in science, which is the first time I've ever seen it, but to fit in with his theology and his belief, which is wrong. It's just so bad. He lost the argument. I mean, the only person that's got away with a multiverse, as far as I'm concerned, is Stan Lee when he wanted to sell another Spider-Man comic. No one else has got away with a multiverse other than Stan Lee. Rip Stan. But yeah, it was sad to watch. And he thought he was putting Dillahunty. He was like Matt, but I think he does get above himself now and again. I think he's got himself in a position now where he's famous. And
kinky. Oh, okay.
But I do like him, and I like his reasoning as well. He is basically Mr. Logic. And he portrays that well.
I just want to throw into the universe, even though I think Matt can get very spicy, I think he has he's a good voice, just like Hitchens and Dawkins and a lot of others before him, because sometimes you need to be able to cut through the bullshit, especially when you're dealing with the practitioners and leaders of bullshit. Not saying this opponent or interlocutor was doing that. I'm just saying that generally apologetics and dawa, whatever PR term that they want to call it this week.
Exactly. And I think Matt handled himself very well, and he didn't go into his normal experience, his atheist experience, ACA stuff, and say, well, give me the fucking evidence at the end of the day. Give me the evidence. Provide anything that can conclude your logic. Because the logic, I think, was incredibly flawed. That this guy relied on a multiverse to prove Allah. that he lived outside time and space. What is outside time and space, Amy?
I don't know if that's even a possible question.
Exactly.
If he's outside of time and space, that means that he takes up no space and he exists for no time.
And if I could use a
Which
quote
is-
by Matt, I
Which
think
is the
that
equivalent of non-existing.
there you go. And all right, dog, I just want to say thank you so much. Stick around if you'd like to continue. We're going to go into open conversation, but we have attracted so many lovely people, and we're going to get them all in.
Oh my.
Solaire, welcome. I love
Hello.
to have you here. We are skeptic and ranting on the subject good evidence for God. And what I really want to know is, what are your thoughts about the debate or just the subject in general?
Hey, yeah. So can everyone hear me?
Absolutely. Welcome aboard.
Yeah. Thanks for having me. So, I don't normally get involved in kind of open mic debate type thing, but I thought I was a bit concerned about kind of the science that he was talking about. He brought up Zeno's paradox and the multiverse hypothesis and this sort of thing, and this kind of trend of co-opting the legitimacy of science to forward these kind of religious arguments is pretty concerning to me. And I've noticed this happen a lot, and there are a lot of YouTubers that do this as well. I think there's this channel called Halal Newton that does it as well. So, sorry, I think there's a bit of an echo on my side of things.
Huh?
Can anybody hear an echo, or is that just me?
No, it's just you.
I
But
think
only the
good.
Muslims will mix science with religion and faith.
Well, yeah. So there's a couple of things I wrote down because I wanted to make sure that I was coherent when I brought this up. First of all, I wanted to ask everybody what they thought of kind of Matt's debate performance, because I heard that they were kind of largely positive, but to be honest with you, I kind of thought that he couldn't address those inaccurate scientific claims adequately. He didn't address Zeno's paradox correctly, I don't think, either.
I just want to have to make a statement now, because I'm not sure exactly what I heard, but I thought it was a great debate. I thought it was a debate that you can watch in the morning, in the afternoon. Hell, I even think you can watch it in the shower. What were we talking about?
Sorry, I was asking whether you thought that that Matt addressed the Zeno's paradox argument correctly, because it kind of seemed like he just, I don't know, he kind of just skirted it aside, so to speak.
Well, I don't find Zeno's paradox convincing towards theism. I mean, it is an interesting paradox. I'm trying to think if I could do the TLDR version, which is that if we were to shoot an arrow, hypothetically speaking on the page, it should never reach its target because it has to be cut in half and half and half. It's always in some ways traveling, and even though the distance is getting smaller, it should really never reach its distance. And this has actually been, I think, shown to be wrong. I say I think. I've been shown evidence that this has been wrong once you get to higher level physics. But
Yes,
it's a loophole or
yeah,
gymnastics.
So
Can I ask a quick question?
Sure.
Is Zeno's paradox the paradox where two objects can't collide?
yeah, so I can give a very brief explanation of it. So you have two distances A and B. Let's say they're separated by 1 meter, and then you've got something traveling at a velocity of v, and then you ask how long does it take to travel from A to B, and you can calculate that, obviously. Speed is distance over time. But when you think about the motion, it has to travel half a meter, and then it has to travel another half meter, and it has to do essentially what's called a super task to get the whole way between A and B.
Right.
which means that it has to perform infinitely many steps. That's a super task. But he was bringing up this ironically, and I just thought this was hilarious. Abdullah was bringing up it in the context of he was trying to argue that motion was like impossible in continuous space-time, which is completely ridiculous because Zeno's paradox is the foundation of like Newton's second law. Literally.
Exactly.
Because,
it falls away, doesn't it? Basically, we can now understand in a I say classical only because now we understand general and quantum mechanics. But when we're dealing with animals like us on the plane, we're dealing with Newton, and we can reach objects. And if you want to put yourself versus the tiger and see if the tiger never reaches you, I mean, I feel like we could run that experiment.
Well, it was ironic as well because he brought up quantum mechanics. But Zeno's paradox is also used in quantum mechanics. And the reason why is because Zeno's paradox is resolved by calculus. And calculus is the language of quantum mechanics and Newton's second law and all of this stuff, all of physics. And I think, so basically what he was trying to argue, and he kind of gave a very vague argument, somebody brought this up to him. He was like, oh, you have these two distances, and he was trying to argue for this discretized space, and then you hop between these lattice points instead of having this continuous motion, and I would react to that with incredulity, obviously, because it's like, well, okay, how does that work? I mean, that's just as weird as having this super task going on, isn't it? But okay, maybe you're not comfortable with that. Basically, the intuitive reason that this can work is because if you imagine, let's say you discretize your distance between A and B into like 4 steps, and so space is like split into 4 components, like four points between A and B that are allowed that you can hop between. Then you can just add twice as many points, and you can keep doing this. And the distance that it will take to travel between any 2 points will decrease, and it will go to 0 as you have those points going closer and closer together. But obviously, the number of points between A and B will approach infinity, and so you have this kind of these two competing effects. You know, the what's called the lattice constant approaching 0, and the number of points approaching infinity. And that's used in calculus all over the place. It's used in quantum mechanics, literally. You can't define a derivative without doing that. And I just thought this kind of, and it's scary because he was saying other things that were scientifically accurate. He brought up something called renormalization, which is used to resolve divergences in quantum field theory. And I just thought, this kind of worries me because the fact that these people know enough science to know what renormalization is, but also know enough science to they know what calculus is at that point, and they're clearly like misrepresenting it.
And if I could just say, and then I'll let you make your final point. But thank you so much, by the way, for joining us. And I couldn't agree more. One of the things that some creationists do, not all, but they will start with, I believe in this position. The world is 6,000 years old, but I need to get a little bit of street cred, a little bit of academic cred to be specific. And so they will get a biology, if they actually plan it out right. More likely they get like a physics or something, and then they attack evolution with the doctor or professor in front of their name.
Can I reiterate that that he's the only one I've seen bring science into theology?
See, I think they try and to do that all the time. They just... So I agree with you in that when we're actually dealing with someone who cares, hopefully, they try to bring science to us. But, you know, a lot of times we get just the anti-evolution or the anti... At least he tried philosophical debates. He's not just attacking the foundations of biology and stuff.
Well, the basis point of philosophy is that there is no right or wrong answer. That's the basic principle of philosophy. There's no right or wrong answer.
Almost all of his things, I swear, and a lot of presuppositional apologetics is like, I don't know, therefore God. When the correct answer is, I don't know, therefore, that's it. You have to now go find the answer.
Oh, by the way,
absolutely,
sorry, I also want to agree with the person that came before. Was it Dog, by the way?
Absolutely. Yep.
Yeah, I want to agree with him about the multiverse not being science, because it really isn't science. It's not, you obviously can't verify that. It's just an interpretation of a theory, and it's not.
And that's going to be the last word, but stick around. So we're going into the open conversation in a little bit. Thank you, Solaire. Am I saying that right?
Yeah, Solaire, thanks.
Woohoo! Well, sending you love. Welcome aboard. And I agree with a lot of your views on his misrepresentation. Good guy, but, trying to bring science when it's really just outdated paradoxes or philosophy.
Yeah.
But okay, the sinister porpoise. Welcome. I love your fabulous hat as always. Welcome. And we really want to know. I mean, I'm hoping you're not a theism or a Muslim. I say hoping. I love my brothers, my theist brothers and sisters. But I mean, did they convince you?
Well, to be fair, I would have to have watched the whole thing, and I was out somewhere.
That's okay. Well, I will have to say, in the last hour, in the last day or so, we have to know now. Have you been convinced recently of theism? I mean, has the science come to you?
What I've been more convinced of is a lot of theists are starting to use informatics and computer science and not understanding that either.
Yeah, they tend to use a lot of tools that they don't understand.
But you did say something I wanted to address here, and that's you seem to misunderstand what a Turing machine was. A Turing machine has never actually been built, because a Turing machine is a hypothetical construct with infinite memory. When we say something's Turing complete, it means that it will do everything a Turing machine would do if a Turing machine actually existed.
Sure, if I could put an asterisk, the hypothetical Turing machine ran on an it ran on an infinite loop of tape with it just being read. And so, sure, that can and will never exist. I was just trying to point out that that is the base for modern computers, not that that could ever be a real thing. But I'll take it.
And I'm not sure where they get this idea that DNA is a computer code, because while we can use DNA to build logic gates, DNA cannot perform Boolean operations. DNA just operates according to chemical laws. It combines in certain ways, and those ways have certain effects. Honestly, I kind of hope I'm going to have to go back and look at it, but
I'll accept that claim the moment Kent Hovind or Matt Powell sends me their DNA on a thumb drive.
It's a literal code.
well, we can.
Theists think that that DNA is some sort of written code, like you would write in a computer. And going back to that, Matt Dillahunty mentioned the game of life, which I've witnessed on a friend's computer, and it is just an algorithm. It just makes up shit. And and Abdullah was saying, "Oh, you've only proven my point." What's he proven? That Allah is actually a computer generated fucking code?
What was he trying to say, first off, since I was out at Cracker Barrel eating dinner with a friend?
Well, do you know what the game of life is?
Well, there are two things you can refer to as the game of
computer version of it.
It's technically not a computer version. It was proposed by the mathematician Jacob Conway, I think.
That's right. But it just makes up different things. Anything. It'll just make up anything. But generally, the algorithm itself will mutate and turn into and make up.
Yeah, and some patterns,
non-existent things, or things that cannot exist. We'll make them up. We'll have no reason for making it up.
Yeah, some patterns are self-sustaining. Other ones die out. if you were talking about the same thing. But what specifically, and Athena's in the background napping on the chair, if anyone can see her. What
Cat,
specific?
yeah. Athena.
Woo! This podcast welcomes all puppies and kitties.
What specifically did the person Matt was debating say? Is he just trying to say that code doesn't create itself, which we can create
a lot of
self-generating
it
code?
Was using a weird mix of that with Zeno's paradox. He was almost saying we can't understand how we get from one pixel to the other pixel, which I think we are not in a computer game. So he used the word pixel. I have a bunch of notes to go over, but he seemed to be conflating a lot of topics and mixing them together.
Why would that would be an engineering thing? Why would a programmer need to know that?
He was just throwing it out there.
I mean, all a programmer has to do is program that specific pixel to be a certain color, or just call.
In fact, his exact two questions, and I will go over them because once I go to the open discussion, I want to get everyone's. But his exact order was Zeno's paradox to pixels, and then he asked two questions. How do you explain movement, as in movement in general? And then how do you get from one pixel to another pixel? He even called it a space pixel.
Oh, yeah. All right. I think it was getting pixels confused with points, because when you play a video game, the images aren't actually moving. It's just an illusion that they are.
That's what Matt Dillahunty said. You know, the pixels still remain where they are. They just change color or shape.
I'm curious.
They change color.
Porpoise, I'm curious. So since we can fiddle with DNA, and if theists claim that that is a code, can we then just say that God was the ultimate creator of open source code?
And when she finishes, we're going to bring in Leophilius.
Sorry.
Well, I would take that one step further and say Richard Stallman was God.
And there you go, ladies and gentlemen. All right. Thank you so very much, Sinister, for joining us. Stick around if you would like to have some open discussion. And, of course, a lovely hat as always. This podcast would also like to sponsor accessories sold by any local accessory store. Leophilius, welcome, one and all. We are Skeptic and Ranting on Good Evidence for God. Welcome to have you on board. And what are your thoughts about the debate or the topic itself?
Well, the debate, I mean, I think it was fairly cordial. I have to be honest, I wasn't really very entertained by it or impressed by it. I didn't really hear anything new from Matt outside of the usual. These arguments are old and they don't work. They've been refuted 1,000 times. You don't have any evidence, and I'm not convinced. And sure, I mean, that's great, but it's not. I guess I just don't see how that's addressing the question of the debate. Anyway, the Muslim guy, Abdullah, I believe his name was, didn't really present anything that was convincing either, and didn't do a very good job of presenting the arguments that he did present. One thing that I thought was weird that Matt said was when he said that dependency and contingency are synonymous terms. That's I can't say I know anybody in philosophy or logic that's going to consider contingency and dependency to mean the same thing. And I think there was actually a bit of a back and forth that they had on that, which was surprising to me. And if I remember correctly, Abdullah was more close to being correct there, but still wasn't entirely correct. I found that it seemed to me that he struggled to really explicate the arguments, the ideas that he was trying to present there. And, you know, if I was going to say who won or lost, I would probably give the win to Matt. But yeah, I would say that otherwise I actually wasn't all that entertained by the debate. At least not as much as I thought I was going to.
I actually have a question for you, Leo. Are you not entertained?
Not by this one, unfortunately. Now, well, it wasn't that. I mean, it was an interesting debate to some extent, but it wasn't something that I would have like wanted to pay money to go see, I guess is what I'm saying.
That's okay. We just love having you on here. So thank you so very much, Leo, and stick around for the open discussion.
Could I happen to say one more thing really quickly?
You may say one more thing.
I don't understand the distinction that's often drawn like good evidence and bad evidence. I don't, because I guess to me, I just take evidence to be that which indicates the truth of something or that which warrants acceptance of something. And I would say that if it's evidence, then it's intrinsically good. I don't know what it would mean for something to be evidence but be bad. If it's bad, and that seems to just be saying that it doesn't really indicate that the conclusion, or it doesn't really confer warrant for accepting some conclusion. And in which case that it's just not evidence. So
Leo,
to me, it's just, I don't understand this difference between good and bad evidence. It seems to me that something's either evidence or it's not. Now you could go with like more of a power qualifier rather than some sort of normative qualifier and say that you have either strong or weak evidence. And I think that that's better, but at the same time, I still think there's issues with that. I just don't think that the term evidence needs to be qualified.
Leo, talk to a criminal and ask him whether or not evidence that ever came up was bad for them.
Leo, evidence needs to be qualified, regardless of what you think.
And
What?
I'll let.
I didn't quite catch that.
So I'll let Dog have let him say his point. I'll let Leo probably have a response, but Leo's response I'll actually bring up again if he wants in the open discussion, because we just have Beamsy and Jason, and I think it's going to be fast. So we are gonna. What was that, Dog?
Evidence needs to be qualified, regardless of what.
Why?
No, I like Leo. Well, absolutely. What do you mean?
Why does it need to be qualified?
Evidence.
Yeah, I just take evidence. Some proposition is evidence for some other proposition if it expresses truth about that second proposition. I don't.
People propose God.
Yeah. Is there anything that could support the conclusion that God exists? I think there are some things that can. I don't think there's that many. Well, I think teleological arguments can show that, that there might be at least,
theological arguments then.
What?
Tell me some theological arguments.
Teleological arguments?
Did you say? I thought you said theological argument.
Well, a teleological argument is sort of an argument from design, and they are a theological argument. They are arguments that have theological implications. I'm not saying I think these arguments are sound, but I think that they're valid. The Kalam cosmological argument is a valid argument. Teleological argument is a valid argument. The moral argument is a valid argument. They're not sound, though.
The Kalam cosmological argument is not a sound argument.
Well,
that's what I said. It's not sound, but it is valid.
So what you guys, if I could just translate it into lay people terms, you're trying to say that, sure, it fits into the logical, it fits into the box. The box just isn't correct.
Yeah, these arguments are utilizing the rules of inference. It's just that the premises, while they can be argued for, are not more plausibly true than false.
You have to
with respect to the Kalam or things like that.
Well, that's the problem. So they're putting in premises that are in syllogistical form. They're just not true, or they can't prove that they're true. That's the problem.
Well, it's that the premises are just, it's more plausible that those premises are false than that they're true, at the least.
And all right.
Evidence is equivocal, and it has to be true. Evidence has to be shown.
Have to get
I don't. I don't think that. I'll just say I don't think evidence has to.
You guys can debate philosophy in the open conversation.
And just keep that for just 1 second. We are actually going to get Beamsy. Welcome. We are Skeptic and Ranting on Is There Good Evidence for God? Hope you're doing well. What are your thoughts about the debate, tacos, or the subject itself?
Tacos aren't very good at the moment with sore throat, and the debate just basically was a God of the Gaps argument, which you hear all the time.
And all right, couldn't agree more. And okay, Beamsy, thank you so very much for joining us. I am gonna add Jason. I think he just said I'm still gonna do it. Ho ho, oh hey, ho. Jason, what
Hey,
is
Jason.
up? You are skeptic and ranting tonight. Do you have anything to say about is there good evidence for God, the debate, or just the topic itself?
Hey guys. I'm very short. Like, I saw the debate. I thought it was okay. I thought there was a bunch of philosophical machinations back and forth. Is kind of typical. Is there good evidence for God? I don't think there's good evidence. The only other thing I would say is in the debate, the one guy seemed to be bringing up Doyle's fallacy a lot, that saying, oh, if we eliminate these other things, then that somehow whatever remains is good evidence for God. I felt like that's where he was going, which I think is kind of a BS argument. Anyways, I'll just stop because I'm more interested in the conversation with everybody.
Jason, you have a
Thank you
debate
so
coming
very
up,
much,
don't you?
Jason.
Yeah, I do on Friday.
This Friday on
Oh,
Standing
really?
for Truth. David
With,
McQueen on
David
a
McQueen,
flood
yeah.
debate.
Can you talk about that for a second while I find it?
Yeah, it's a debate with David McQueen on Standing for Truth's channel. It's on the Noah's flood, deep time, those topics. And so it's going to be interesting. I'm hoping that he sticks to the science, although I'd be curious as to what reasonings he has for like why a flood exists. Like what was the cause for a global flood? It'd be interesting to hear what he has scientifically to say, as opposed to, God did it.
Theologically.
Yeah.
We might have to cover that debate. I don't know. What do you think, Amy?
Jason, you don't believe that Rob Wyatt found an ark on top of a mountain in Turkey?
Do I think they found an ark in Turkey?
Well, we're talking about Rob Wyatt now.
Ron Wyatt, yeah.
Ron
That
Wyatt.
sounds great.
I don't know who Ron
He found
Wyatt is.
He found the Ark. He found the Ark of the Covenant. He found the proof of the Exodus. He's like a pseudo archaeologist. He died like 20 years ago, but in his like 10 years, he discovered basically everything in the Bible that confirms it to be true.
That made it go for wood.
Yes, it was actually.
Okay.
Sending love, James Wolf.
Dark was
and
made of
sending
wood.
love
It was
to
actually
our-
made of an old railway sleeper.
to our
That he
entire
mapped.
panel, because we are going into the open conversation.
Solaire?
This is the deck that we are working with tonight.
There you go.
I'm going to find fits like a glove. We are skeptic and ranting on good evidence for God. I will say it looks like a fantastic smorgasbord
Where did
of
Jason go?
skeptics,
Where am
which
I?
means
I'm not
we
on
are
your thing.
inviting those believers on. Come and tell us why we're wrong.
Amy.
I disappeared.
Jason is not. Jason is not on the screen.
Bubblegum wants to
There-
come in.
Oh,
It was
hold
all
on.
wrong.
So let's see how much. There we go. You know what? I had to go bigger, not smaller, and that's what she said.
We thought bubblegum booted Jason.
Size matters. Amy, size matters.
What'd you
That's
say
right.
there, James?
Sometimes it's just about the way you use it, but every once in a while, size does matter.
We got bubblegum out there. We thought maybe he conjured Jason out of the panel.
Yeah, bubblegum.
He seems to get triggered by you.
I told him he should
lot.
come on. I told him he should come on here. So
He gets
won't.
triggered by basic.
You would tell him
reason.
that, wouldn't you, Jason?
what was that?
I said you would tell him that.
Sorry.
Bring the gasoline and light it up. Burn, baby, burn.
Yeah, he's probably not even worth talking about. So
He gets triggered by the reasoning that we have. We have
Bubblegum
basic
won't come
logic
on. He
and
gets his
reasonable
bubble popped
thought,
every time he
and
does.
he gets triggered by that for some
well,
reason.
he was on here before, and he quickly just ran out of here. I don't know why. Like the last time.
Yeah, because he had a friend with him that was
Sunflower.
very sunflower. Yeah,
Sunflower. Yeah, it's
more
fine.
like snowflake. Is what I'm going to say. He was very triggered and
Who?
High. I believe you. He had to be high to be
Sunflower?
as excited as he was.
Church Blossom himself.
That's just my thoughts on him. But who cares? I don't.
Bubblegum said he'll come on in a little bit.
Yeah,
I
go.
doubt it.
Hey,
Yeah. Go for it.
fire it up, Amy. Any notes for the debate, Amy?
We'll keep
I know
the seat
you said
warm.
you had a lot of notes.
I just want to congratulate the dog avatar on its hat.
Oh yeah, it's cute.
Who did we lose?
It's familiar, isn't it, Porpoise?
I have been in a lot of chat rooms and whatnot, so you probably know the
No,
dog avatar.
we're referring to someone else who wears the same hat in his profile picture on Twitter.
Oh, you talking about Frank?
Nope. Eve.
I thought you were on about Pope Frank.
No.
Oh well.
Oh.
I'm not exactly.
There's another gobshite.
Yeah. That's
That's
the correct That's the correct terminology. I think we can all agree on that.
not exactly sure who he's referring to, but
So I want to ask a question. Leo was talking about dependency versus contingency. I didn't quite like when Matt was saying, "Oh, I see the same dependency and contingency is very similar." I didn't quite disagree with that. But I mean, what am I missing with that? What's the difference between dependency and contingency in the discussion in like the contingency argument? Is there some aspect I'm missing?
So dependency is usually going to be given in terms of some type of necessity. So if you said X depends on Y, you would say that X depends on Y if and only if Y obtains antecedent to X. Otherwise, what would it mean to say that X depends on Y, or at least simultaneous with, at the very least? But that's not contingency. Contingency is just to say that if X that some fact about X could have been false. That if it's possible for any fact about X to have been false, X is contingent because it could have been otherwise. That's all contingency means.
Well,
now,
I mean,
there's contingency and dependency. There might be a sense in which they can relate in some ways, and then that's. And the thing is, this gets a lot deeper into metaphysical discussions about dependency relations, grounding, and stuff like that. And I mean, that's getting into the weeds. So, but yeah, there is generally a distinction given between contingency and dependency.
Okay. We all know that X is the independent variable and Y is the dependent variable. And I
guess I don't
surely does God exist is simply a binary question, isn't it?
Is what a binary question?
Does God exist?
Well, yeah.
Well, if more than one God exists, no, it's not. Well, then it's do gods exist, which is a different question.
Well, don't forget, all religions, even Christianity back in the day, were polytheists.
I don't think there's ever been a point where Christianity has been polytheistic.
Well, look at the Old Testament.
Well, technically,
96 gods mentioned in the Old Testament.
Well, Christianity isn't really defined in terms of the Old Testament.
But Christianity
absolutely is.
No, it's usually defined in terms of
covenant.
The New Testament.
The first covenant is the Old Testament. The second covenant is the New Testament.
I know.
Jesus did.
Which one is Christianity?
You condone. It was there to fulfill the prophecy of the Old Testament.
Yes, but is a religion that worships essentially three figures really monotheistic?
It wasn't three figures. There was 96 gods in the Old Testament.
In the Christian,
I'm going to refer to Christopher Hitchens here when he said, all religions were polytheistic in their day, as they were, because
Judaism wasn't
happening in life.
Judaism
wasn't. Are you sure, Leo? You need to look into that.
I have.
In hundreds of
I don't know any scholar that would say that Judaism is polytheistic. The early Canaanite polytheistic faiths from which it was largely developed were, but Judaism wasn't.
No, maybe not now.
Judaism
but it
comes
was.
about when it was
Today-
believed there was a singular God, the God of Abraham.
I believe Digital Hammurabi would be the person to ask about this.
I think you're wrong,
Mhm.
Leo. I think you need to research that.
I think I
Beelzebub was a god of Judaism.
who?
Wait a minute. Beelzebub?
Beelzebub.
I don't think that was a god.
Lucifer? Are you talking about the devil, Lucifer?
I'm talking about Beelzebub, however they saw it in
Well,
them days.
Well,
They
I
were
mean,
anyway,
in the Christian,
it's all
Christian
boiled
Bible, it's
down
Lucifer.
now to one God. And as Christopher Hitchens said, from all the gods
Christopher
down to
Hitchens
one
isn't
God,
really a
that's
authority
progress.
on this subject.
And guys, actually, what I'm going to do is get BrainBug and then Bubble in here.
All right. Can we all just
So,
Don't beat up on
Jason,
Bubble.
he's pulling up his he's pulling out his proverbial CO Jones. he's coming up onto the stage.
That's great. No, let's not beat up. Let's not chase.
No,
him
no,
out.
I'm just giving playful
And
banter. Playful
Porpoise,
banter.
it looks like you have something on your mind, but that's going to be the last statement, and we're going to get both of our next two interlocutors in.
Can we just agree that Linus Torvalds is a god?
I don't think I know who that is.
The guy who created the Linux.
Oh.
Is Elvis
Yeah,
a god?
I mean, yeah, he is a pretty cool. I mean, he spurred a tremendous open source revolution with stuff. So I give him that.
And all right, we're going to get BrainBug in. Sending love to our panel. We'll continue open discussion. But BrainBug, what is up? We are Skeptic and Ranting on is there good evidence for a god? Welcome. And what do you think? Are you convinced by the debate or the topic itself?
You're muted, BrainBug.
That's okay. I do it once a podcast.
All right. I did watch most of the debate. I know I was not compelled to believe that there was a God. Leo did say, Matt was just repeating things he said 1,500 times, but at least I got to hear some new arguments from the Muslim side, which I'm not really familiar with a lot of their arguments. I do like that they want to talk about the science more. So that's always interesting. And just to comment on what you all were saying about the gods. Okay, so the Semitic people groups were polytheistic, but they each had their own patron god of their tribe, and Yahweh was the god of Judea, and the other the Canaanite people, which the Israelites were part of, had their own gods too. Dagon, Moloch, these other entities. They appear in the Bible, and they were kind of pushed out as Judea became the one and only surviving people group to carry on their religious practices.
Isn't that
There's
fascinating?
basically, yeah.
I think that's fascinating. That
Yeah.
if you go back and look at it, there are all these gods that existed around there. It just happened to be that this one filtered to the top because of whatever political, military, economic aspects that ended up being the one. So.
It was important.
Jason, there's 33 million gods in Hinduism. 33 million. That is a phenomenal.
The important step for Yahweh was merging Yahweh with merging Yahweh with El, and so they make El Yahweh, and they become one, the Creator and the Son, and that's where we start to get where they're saying our God's the only real one, He's the Creator, and so on and so forth.
I did want to say, BrainBug, and I'm going to say this in my rich old British lady accent. Your hair is fabulous, darling.
Thank you. I'm really happy with the way it's looking right now. So
it's great. I like it.
Thank you so much.
She's worked on it. It looks great. But Leo, you need to. There is 33 million gods in Hinduism. You need to Google.
Not according to any Hindus that I've.
It's not about the size of the gods; it's how you use them. What are we talking about?
In fact, many I know would say that it's actually monotheistic, and all of the different gods are actually just different manifestations of oh god, what is it, Krishna, something like that. Brahman, is the one main, and then all the other ones are just various different manifestations of that one. It really kind of just depends on the tradition. So but to say that there's 33 million gods in Hinduism, I haven't heard that from anybody that I trust with respect to Hindu culture and Hindu theology.
They're underrepresented in our community when we engage with theists. The Hindu religions are
very true.
We should engage them more.
Mm-hmm.
Justin Downing used to engage with some Hindu folks before he well, I don't know if he still does or not. I kind of cut off ties with him, but when he converted, but he had some Hindu folks on his channel at one point.
And okay, I think not only so, I agree with Leo. I love you, BrainBug. And we are actually going to get, I think we may add spice. So, you know, he may agree, he may disagree. Chances are it's the latter. But we do love our theist brothers and sisters. Bubble, what is up? We hope you are doing well. And, you know, we just really want to know, is there good evidence for God?
I wasn't able to catch the debate, but everything is evidence for God. You just don't understand it. There's quite a it's just quite a difference. For example, like I can
there's no evidence for God.
Well, how does that follow?
Never has been, never will.
Let Bubble say their piece, and then we'll beat him up. Yeah.
well, let me get this. You guys have lost every debate against me. So
what debate?
You mean discussions? We've lost.
There hasn't been any debates.
Little discussions. You want to call it?
Paging Dr. Dunning.
I mean,
let's hear his evidence, guys.
I mean, for example, Leo lost. The guy with the dog icon lost. What's it? Thorn has lost. Bimsy has lost. Amy has lost.
What is it that I lost? I don't think
Leo, my ice cream. Where is my ice cream code?
The only people I haven't debated is BrainBug and the guy.
Wait, you haven't debated me. You haven't debated me.
You haven't debated me either, but apparently I've lost.
Oh no! I just want to point out the people you need to convince is the scientific community, because your big beef is evolution. And so if you're saying we lost, it's like, damn, I am just waiting you to convince, scientists, and then I'll feel it. It'll be like a wave of loss hitting me in my face. It'll be hot.
Didn't you call the perspective?
Bear in mind that you're on a stream with a guy who's gone head to head with Ken Hovind and kicked his ass.
Anybody can take on Ken Hovind. James lost to Ken Hovind. He shot himself in the foot multiple times. Yes, he did.
Who?
I just need to address something.
Oh, James. James. Okay, no.
It's not the guy with the hat. It's the lady with the hat.
I think
no doubt.
Was he talking about the dog with the hat?
He said them. Yeah, I agree. Porpoise.
Person with a hat doesn't matter. Jeez.
Well, it does kind of matter.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah.
No.
I mean, if
that happened, I apologize, Porpoise. And what I'll just say, just keep this in the back of your pocket. That's always a weakness from them. It means that you're getting under their skin, and they don't have the ability to make an argument for their claims.
I'm not gonna.
Never.
I'm not gonna predict your pronouns. Look,
easy there, Robert Price. Easy there, Robert Price.
Okay.
Oh, nice.
Look, I'm not gonna predict your pronouns.
You know what, Mike Lindell? Nobody cares.
Does your God have pronouns?
Now, listen, Bubble corrected themselves. We're not going to make a big scene about this. They said,
let's just all refer to Bubble as they down.
Porpoise said, these are my pronouns, and Bubble said, I'm sorry.
We're going to move forward.
Leave it there.
Once again, we'll go forward in Skeptic and Ranting. In fact, what we're really looking for is good evidence for God. And what we mean by good evidence, I will reiterate, is empirical. I mean, I think most skeptics are open to other forms. It's just that's what we're really looking for. And it's always fascinating that tends to be the one thing that we can't talk about.
Well,
and it has to be in favor of one position over any other.
Oh my!
Do you have anything like that?
Well, that would just be proof.
Well, what is your criteria for evidence?
Any evidence.
I'm
What
not.
is the
I'm not
criteria?
proposing. I'm
I
not
outlined
proposing.
mine earlier.
Hold on. I'm not proposing the evidence. You are. So what's your
I'm
best
asking.
line
I'm
of evidence?
I'm asking for your criteria.
I just said so.
Anything where
It's-
you say that God has visited me, or you know, where God has manifested in front of you. Any evidence other than that?
What about hypothesis testing? What
And
about
we can
using?
and we can
Well,
cut
I
this
proving
think
short.
we're
knowledge
making
or
this
Just
way more
bring-
difficult than it has to be.
Can
Just
one
bring
person
your
use- one
Evidence
person
is
at a
that
time.
which indicates the
Let's take one
truth of
person.
some proposition, or that which confers warrant for accepting some proposition. That's what evidence is.
Fine.
Let's take
Simple.
one person.
Boom. Works.
Let me take one person
we
at a
can
time because
cut
I
it-
can't hear a single one of you. I did not hear.
We can cut it short. What's your best evidence?
I'm asking you, what is your criteria for evidence? I can give you I can simply point at the dog taking a piss on a sidewalk and say, look, that's evidence for God. I can completely
In what
understand
sense
that.
would that be evidence for God?
I can understand that. You don't. So I need to ask you, what is your criteria? Now
Well,
answer
but
what
why,
is your
why that doesn't make
Hold on.
sense,
Frame of
because if you're
mind to
already
understand.
starting from the position
like-
that a dog pissing on a rock or whatever you said can be evidence for God, then
You're
you're
saying we have to
presuming
be in
some
a frame of
standards for evidence
mind.
when you say that. So I
Because
think what
that
Peter is
fits my
asking you is,
criteria.
what standard are you using when you make the statement that everything is evidence for God? What is your standard when you make that statement?
but you're the ones asking for the evidence. I'm not the one asking for the
No,
evidence.
you
I already
claim-
gave mine. So
What is your
I'm
criteria?
not sure.
What is your
I just
criteria?
gave
What
it.
evidence
I
convinced
just
you of
gave
what
it.
we're asking?
You didn't. Give me your
yeah.
criteria for evidence.
I
Speaking
did.
of- Speaking
I want to
over
know what
people-
convinced you, what your criteria is. I want to know what
Doesn't
convinced you
matter.
it was
My
real.
criteria
Yes,
doesn't
BrainBug.
matter. I'm not the one
You
asking for
claim
evidence.
people, please.
that
But I feel like I gave a pretty clear, concise answer. What would be a skeptic's wet dream? And that is, please give us empirical evidence. Why is it so hard for this God to manifest in the physical realm?
What is your criteria for empirical evidence?
Can
Have you
I
measured by-
give my criteria, Bubble Gum, or whatever?
Sure, go ahead. Tell me your
My
criteria.
criteria is anything other than what has manifested to you.
Your criteria. not to me.
I can give you a
Give me your criteria.
pretty concise evidence.
Well,
To me
if
is a
God's
body of
an
facts
entity
which
in
are
a
either
person-
guys. Hold on. Evidence is a body of facts which are either positively indicative of or exclusively concordant with one available conclusion over any other.
It's pretty good.
If only we could get Harnra in here.
Wait, hold on. If I was walking down the street and you heard
it's
a jingling in
good
my
definition.
pocket, is that evidence that there's coins in my pocket?
Leo, don't derail. I just gave him the
No, I'm just
criteria.
I'm just
so
asking a question.
Let's
The problem is
let's
we're all
get
asking
him to
questions.
provide a piece of evidence that fits that criteria. He asked for it. Now he knows it. Now we can
No,
present it.
that is not a criteria. You're just telling me a definition. Tell me your
There is a
criteria.
line of evidence, Leo. Just saying.
I just gave you the criteria. I lined it
didn't.
out specifically.
Okay.
Well,
Look,
can
I can simply tell you a dog taking a piss on the sidewalk is
Okay.
evidence. But that is
No,
not.
what do you mean
that's
when you
not-
say that?
I want to
not-
answer
that does
some
not fit
hold
the
on.
criteria.
Hold on, no.
My problem with
Let
that
us
is that
really
it's
let him
answer-
speak.
No.
my
Okay,
problem
One
with that is
person at a
it's not
time.
I
One at a
want to
time.
just go on a few questions because then I want to
inclusively
get Immutable
concordant.
in. The problem is every time we go to a new line of questioning, it's like it goes down a different trail, but we can't get through. I want to really know. Okay, I said empirical. Why is that not a good standard?
What do you
Well,
mean?
I think he's
by-
asking what empirical means
So
when you
empirical
say
would be a
empirical.
testable peer review process by which people can present their hypotheses and turn it into testable theories that other people can then try and provide evidence that they're wrong. And in many cases end up proving the theory right because they are driven to it from their own data that they find using those same testing standards.
Okay,
And
so-
also
Okay,
a
let
dog.
me
a dog
Hold on,
respond
yes,
one
hold
person,
on. I
one
just
person
want
at a
him to
time.
respond.
One
And
person at a
also a
time.
dog pissing.
Oh,
A
Lord
dog
of-
Oh
pissing
my god.
isn't exclusively concordant with God.
I'll
It could
address
also
That's
be.
problematic
It could
in and of
also. It could
Peter.
also be that the dog has a full bladder.
Peter, let me take one person at a time.
Stop interrupting, Peter.
Addressing
just
your
say
your
that?
piece of
I
evidence.
heard everyone on this
Can we
panel.
let Bubble
everyone I love.
talk and say why a dog pissing on the street is evidence for God? Please.
I just want to add, it also has to be falsifiable to continue Amy's point.
We'll let him say his bit. And then
Well,
we
how
can-
about
we
Amy
can
reiterate
move
her
on from
question and
there.
then Bubble answer, since we're like a minute past the question she
I
fucking
just
asked to begin with.
want to know why that is not a good standard. It seems to be you're going to give us this burden, but I'm telling you what would actually, in my case, get over that burden. I think there are physical ways. I feel like I could deny that this cup is real up until the point that it physically hits me in the head, and then it starts to get. So what are the physical type of ways that we can?
So you're asking for an experiment, right? For
Sure,
one example.
that is a fantastic. Is there something we could do for God? Is there any kind of?
Okay, one experiment we can do is test for the theory of evolution. We can continue to. We can. I'm trying to talk. Okay.
How
We-
about
we can-
how
I can't
about some
help it.
evidence for your
Oh,
God?
Lord
Wouldn't
have
that be
mercy.
better?
Oh my God,
Can we let
Peter!
Bubbles make a
Peter!
point?
Peter, can
I'm
I
just
can I talk?
curious.
Pe-
I'm just curious.
Peter, let him talk, mate.
Oh my God.
We can, for the sake of conversation, we can dismiss evolution entirely. So let's get to evidence for your God.
Well,
That saves
I
us
just
a lot
wanna
of
know
time.
The dog piss thing. Is it a
Let me
female
address
dog that's
Amy's point.
squatting, or is it a male dog that's cocking the
Don't get
leg?
tied
Stop
up
for a
on the
second.
dog
Stop for a second.
piss.
Stop for a second. Can we just go one at a time so we're not talking over top of one
And I
another?
will say,
I would welcome that. I would welcome
will
it
say-
very much.
it.
Let him speak.
We want to go one back. Go.
Okay, so we can test for the theory of evolution. We can use, for example, insects, which have thousands of generations within our lifetime, and if we see that none of these attempt at evolution has produced the gaining of information, we then have to conclude that evolution is false. Else,
Which still doesn't get us to your God. So let's
Let him
assume,
speak.
for the sake of conversation and to speed things up, evolution is entirely wrong. Your God still doesn't exist.
I'm not
So
proposing any God.
What's the evidence for your God if evolution is false?
Also,
I'm-
define information. Do you mean data?
By
Don't
the
give
game-
him that. Bring him
Let me-
back
let-
to
let-
his
let-
claim.
Let me address
Let's
Peter's point real
Skip
quick.
evolution entirely, because he's going to go off on a rabbit trail, deflect, and not get to
I'm
the evidence
answering.
for his God.
You're the one
Let's-
derailing this. I'm answering
No,
Amy's
for the
point.
sake of conversation, let's assume that evolution is false. Now let's get to your evidence for God.
But I want to also go down why evolution has anything to do with why you believe a God.
doesn't.
Well,
It
that's
doesn't.
what I want to know.
Yes, it does.
It doesn't. That's why I
So
want to
where's the
dismiss it
connection there?
entirely.
You
If
say that
evol-
evolution's truth has something to do with the existence of God
If
in
evol-
your worldview. So can you explain where that connection is, please?
Well,
Yeah.
Here, if evolution is false, that means you can no longer take the route of evolution as to why we have life. So
That's
now
not
you-
evidence
Okay.
for God.
Well, hold on.
Alright,
Let
no.
him
Wait,
let him
hold
get
on,
the
hold
fucking
on,
way through
hold
his
on.
Now
argumentation.
he's shown
Jesus
evolution
fucking
is
Christ.
false. And also, you
How about we
said
stop talking
let
and
me
let the guy
finish.
actually make his
In front
full
of the
argument instead of
main
interrupting him
internet.
halfway through his
Oh
argument
my
and then
God.
critiquing the argument? You didn't let him finish.
Yeah, I wasn't finished. This doesn't necessarily
Guys.
point at a God. This only
Who's he
points to a
talking?
creator. This could be an alien.
It doesn't.
How does it point to a creator? I mean, the
doesn't.
mere
Other
fact
than
that evolution
aliens.
is false does not
Wow.
in any way itself indicate positively that there is a creator. It just means evolution is false. There could be some other naturalistic process that gives
What
rise to
other
life.
naturalism?
Well, that doesn't. We don't need to know what it is. It's possible
Which
that
is-
there is some other naturalistic explanation for life that is non-evolutionary. And if
If
you're going to
ev-
say that
if-
there isn't, then I'm just going to take you to be saying that it's impossible, and I'm just going to ask, then what's the
Alright.
contradiction?
That's a good point.
Which is
If
why
it's
I
not
said
evolution-
let's skip evolution, because it's going to save us a lot of time.
Yeah, but
Let's,
because
let's address
He's
your
still
logical doubt.
deflecting.
Well,
He's
here's
still
the
He's not
problem.
deflecting. His argument was
I'm not
that
deflecting.
evolution's being false is an
Let me-
indication of a creator, and I'm trying to run him through that that's not the case, because it's possible that there could be some other naturalistic account for the existence of
taking
life that
his
is
bait.
non-evolutionary, and so for him to say that evolution's being false in any way indicates God just simply doesn't work. So
Here's the
then
thing.
you
his
just take
entire
Leo. You're just
let
taking
me
his
respond to
data
Leo.
so he can deflect. You're
let me
taking
respond
his
to
weight
Leo.
so he can
What is it
deflect.
that he's trying to deflect from?
Bubblegum, here's the
From
problem.
presenting evidence for his God.
I
That's
love
what
He
you
was
guys.
just presenting the
I'd
machine
like to
as
start
evidence.
reading
and I
Remember
was
the
showing
rabbit
how it's
holes.
not.
The more sometimes.
Bubblegum? Sorry.
No. I'm gonna let. So
Let me
Porpoise.
respond to Leo real
Well,
quick.
so here's the thing. Porpoise wanted to say something. I will let you respond to Leo and Porpoise. Well, I think it's your move.
Yeah. Right.
Okay, so
I
we're
think-
gonna let
I think
Porpoise
I
say something.
accidentally-
Oh,
Bubblegum?
and
Sorry.
then when that is done, we're gonna add in Immutable because I know he wants to come in here.
All right. Bubblegum, there are two problems you're going down right now, and I don't think you realize it. The first is a false dichotomy. Whether or not evolution is true has nothing to do with whether or not a God exists. If evolution is true, God may have used evolution as his mechanism. So take that off the table entirely because you're using a logical fallacy. Secondly, you're getting...
Thank you.
Stop. Evolution, you're confusing evolution with abiogenesis. In biology, abiogenesis just means essentially we don't know yet. We know life began somehow, and if you want to insert a God into that process, you're free to do so. But usually, what scientists will work on is figuring out if they're religious is how did God do it?
Let me reply.
I
to
am
this real
going
quick.
to, so I'm going to let you
Nobody else
respond,
respond.
but I just want, I know all the skeptics are going to want to respond to Bubbles' response, but we're going to let Immutable do it. And then we'll go back into open conversation. What do you want to say, Bubble, to as a response to, I know, Leo and Sinister?
Let me reply to the person with the hat first. First off, if theistic evolutionists, that is an absurd position. I think we all can all agree.
What do you mean when you say absurd? Do you mean
Leo-
contradictory?
Just let him answer. Just let him answer.
Do you think that's a reasonable position, Leo?
Yeah.
You think it's a reasonable position?
I do.
More-
Why
more
should I
reason
not?
than
Why
the
should I not
Earth
think that? You're the one
Leo,
positing that it's absurd. What do you mean by absurd? Do you mean contradictory?
You have stated this before that it's absurd, and I agree with you on that.
No, I haven't. I have never stated that theistic evolution is an absurd position.
Yo,
You're
for
stating that
fuck's
now, and I'm
sake.
asking you,
Giving
what do you
him
mean
room
when you
to
say absurd?
deflect.
I don't know what you mean. When
Why?
you say absurd, what are you saying?
Here is why.
Your sound went out. I
And
don't
that's
know.
sorry, my bad.
Leo.
Here, let me reply.
Leo,
we're going to
Leo,
get.
stop
He's
giving
back.
him room
We let
to
him reply,
deflect.
please.
We're going to get
Why
Immutable in.
would a God that can make what he wants wait for the thing that he wants to arise, quote unquote, naturally? That's absurd.
Why wouldn't he?
Because it wouldn't work.
Why
I
wouldn't
don't
it
get
work?
why
God's
God makes
omnipotent.
people at
Leo,
all.
if you want a drawing, do you just throw a bunch of crayons and a piece of paper in a bucket?
I don't
and
know what
roll
you're
around?
talking about right now. You're not telling me what you
kids.
mean when you say that it's an absurd position. When you characterize the position as being absurd, what is it about that position you're trying to characterize? Are you saying that it's
Gonna get Immutable in.
contradictory? Are you
Yes,
saying that it's incoherent? So you're saying it's contradictory.
It's incoherent. It's contradictory.
So what's the contradiction?
You can the rise
Respond
of
to that, and we're
information
getting
cannot,
Immutable in.
the rise of information cannot arise through randomness.
I don't know what you
Entropy.
mean. What do you mean by randomness? What do you
What
mean by
if
randomness?
God is guiding
getting immutable.
evolution?
We're getting
If
It's a
God is
straw man.
guiding
It's a straw
evolution, then you don't have your random.
God is guiding evolution.
Can I
Please,
just
please display this.
I see. Even I want to ask you more questions, but you know what? I can hold it in. I'm going to hold it in, ladies.
Everybody
and gentlemen.
wants to jump in. That's
Because
the thing. It's like
Immutable-
it's such nonsense. Nobody can help
Immutable.
themselves.
I hope you are doing well. We are skeptic and ranting on is there good evidence for God? The spice is real. I hope you had some fun with the debate or the topic itself. In fact, what are your thoughts?
No, I mean, it depends on how you define God, but for the Christian God or deities that are related to it, there's absolutely none. So that's my position.
I disagree.
Woo-hoo. And okay, that's
We
about
thought
as
so.
much self-discipline as I have.
All right.
Love you, Immutable. Welcome aboard, Bubble. Could you give me a Steelman version of what evolution is?
Yes. Okay. Evolution is the. Let me put this. It's organisms through generation gaining information.
No.
What does that
Okay,
mean?
hold, stop. I want to ask him a question because this is a mistake I keep seeing theists make. How are you defining information?
Okay, an example would be the gaining of information. This would be an example. A frog gaining wings. That would be
She
an
asked for a
example.
definition.
Okay,
not
so
a-
okay, but
not an
that's fine. That's a fine definition of information. But why would you expect that to
That
be?
wasn't a definition. That was an example. Examples aren't definitions.
All right, let's ask another question.
But I never got to go through.
Let's let Amy ask her question.
So that doesn't match my definition of evolution. I understand. I'll take it as an attempt.
Well,
to
you can. Well, you cannot be against this definition because if you're gonna.
Well, you can because that's not what evolution
but
teaches.
Because
It's not what it
evolution,
predicts.
you can lose information or be
let me
benign
finish.
about information.
Let me finish.
All right, I'm getting at a different point though.
Okay, the reason you cannot deny the definition I have proposed to you is because if you're going to propose that that some sort of fish is the ancestor of man, then that is required.
All right, now.
Okay, why is it?
Hold on.
Okay,
Hold on.
wait.
But that comes out of the fact
now,
of my definition
I have a
for
follow-up.
evolution. The reason that we say that is because the definition of evolution is that genes randomly mutate and the environment naturally selects them. And as long as we take on those two facts, we could just say that our ancestral look like that, because it's not that today's fish is what we look like. Today's fish is just as different as an ancestral to a fish. It's just that they looked fishy. They didn't look like us. And so they now have all of those billions of years of more evolution. They have stronger skin. They have other.
Are you saying human is a fish?
Am I saying a human is a fish? Yes. In fact, are you saying a human doesn't have a backbone? Is that your argument?
Are you saying humans aren't chordates?
Yeah,
Because
fish
that's the technical definition we should be using if we're characterizing things based on taxonomy.
But
So your argument is. So your argument is.
Got so excited.
So Bubble, when we're characterizing things in terms of evolutionary theory, which the process of macroevolution is that of speciation, should I not understand what taxons are and things like that to understand if things have actually speciated properly and what things I'm referring to?
By speciation, an example of speciation would be like let me see, like all dogs are speciation from wolf, right?
Yes.
That would be speciation.
Yes.
Can you replicate this?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, so you're saying hold it right there. Hold it right. You said yes. So you're telling me you can take a chihuahua and turn it into a wolf.
No,
are you?
You're going back in your statement.
No,
you're going back in your statement. You just said
that's not what I'm saying.
one direction.
Hold on. The direction that evolution goes is that of bifurcation, right? So as you go on, right, things don't turn back into what their ancestors were.
Why not?
They continue to, because, like you correctly pointed out with the definition of evolution, right, the process of evolution is a process of inheritance. So when there's speciation between two populations, right, and one population is no longer able to reproduce with another, right, that thing isn't going to become the other thing.
Just give it enough time.
Because it's too far different. No.
Give it enough time.
Those set of differences.
According to your theory.
The issue is with that is that the set of differences that have accumulated in that population compared to its parent population at that point in time has already been fixed, and it's only going to continue to diversify as those populations reproduce.
Evolution is false.
If you're saying,
can you give birth to your grandparents?
Can we take wolves and can we make them mutate again into another species? Yes. The answer is yes. We could probably select wolves.
Once again, Chihuahua and mutate it back into something similar to a wolf.
Yes, we can.
The whole thing
has been replicated.
Make it look like a Chihuahua again. Would that prove your claim? Because once again, I want to go back to notch cords. What do you disagree about the fish and the notch cord? That is what we share in common. Do you disagree?
Amy, just a quick one. Can I make a prophecy? Bubblegum is not going to present evidence for God. He has now successfully derailed the conversation to evolution. We're not going to get back from this.
You're right. I would say that evolution really has nothing to do with
Peter's
God.
on the money right there.
And so when we are going to good evidence, I would
everything to do.
I said this from the start. If you're going to give him the leeway to run away from presenting evidence, he's not going to present any. And
Look,
he's going
I
to,
mean, if I'm
he's
going to
going
defend
to
Bubble here,
waffle on
look.
about evolution, which has no bearing on whether or not a god
It
exists.
has
Look, the thing is,
absolute
though,
bearing.
if I'm understanding Bubble's position correctly, it is evidence for God in his case, because what he's saying
It is not.
is that the fact.
we
Hold on,
granted
hold
him-
on, hold
we
on,
all- we
hold on.
already
Let him
granted
Peter,
him-
Jesus, Peter, thank you. He's
we
saying the
granted
fact.
him.
Jesus Christ, Peter. He's saying that the fact that evolution is wrong in his view is evidence of special creation.
But that's
I already
Which is
tried. I already
evidence
showed
for
how
God.
that's false.
Yeah.
I already showed how that's
Okay,
And
false.
now
yes,
we're
I
waiting
agree.
for the
What I was
evidence
trying
for
to
a
do.
I
god.
agree, but that's what he's interpreting it to
No,
be.
you didn't say it
Yes,
was
but that's what I
false.
was trying to. Well, I did. Let's go through this again.
Look,
So you're saying that
look, Leo.
evolution's being false is itself indicative of there being a creator for life, right?
Yes, because any
Okay.
other...
So let
Wait,
me ask you.
let me
ask you another question.
Wait, let me
I
finish.
don't need to hear more. I just needed to hear a yes or a no. I just wanted to know
Okay,
if that's
fine,
the
fine.
proposition you're defending. So the question I'm wanting to know is it possible that there could be a non-evolutionary naturalistic process through which life could have developed?
If it's not evolution, you don't have any other model.
Well, that's not what I'm asking you.
Okay,
I'm
that may
I'm
be
asking.
true.
My question is
No,
question.
because you don't
It's
have
not.
any
It's
other
not
model.
possible. It's not
Okay.
possible.
No,
Is that,
because
hold
there's
on. I can handle myself here. So you're saying that it's not possible.
no.
Okay,
Really
what's the
giving him more
contradiction?
leeway.
What's the contradiction?
The contradiction is like what I'm saying. This points to a creator. Sure, it
How?
doesn't.
No, we haven't
How?
established that yet. You're saying it is
How?
not possible for there to be non-evolutionary naturalistic methods through which life could have developed. So in order for that claim to be true, you have to show an intrinsic logical contradiction. What is the contradiction? Because if there isn't one, then it's possible. That's all possibility means. There isn't a contradiction with the state of affairs. That's all it means. So unless you can show a contradiction, you have to concede that it's possible. So what's the contradiction?
Well, this is akin to saying, is there a leprechaun out there pooping on a zebra?
This isn't. This
No, it
isn't
isn't.
telling me a contradiction.
That's Kenthoven.
There's no contradiction.
There is no
kinda
contradiction.
sound
It's
like God.
possible. If there
I
is no
agree.
contradiction,
That is
then
what
it's
a God
possible.
sounds
And
like.
then if it's possible for life to have developed through some non-evolutionary naturalistic method, then you can't say that evolution specifically being false is indicative of a creator. It could be
Exactly
another
right.
evolutionary process.
Another evolutionary
So
process.
evolution's being false cannot
Evolution
serve as evidence
2.0.
for God. Boom.
No, but-
We've arrived at the conclusion.
right.
This
No,
isn't hard.
here.
You
You
meant
just
to
gotta
say
know
another
whether
naturalistic
conceptual
process.
is
Let
in
me,
their
let, me,
argument.
let me reply real quick. There is no other. How do you know that?
Okay.
How do you
So
know that evolution
what is
is
your
the only
model?
God
How
fucking damn it,
did
Peter?
God
I
create?
swear to
In
God.
fact,
Yeah,
that is
how
the
did God
subject.
create? Start with your model, Bubblegum. How did
He
God
doesn't have a
create?
model.
What
Actually-
were the first creations?
I
He
want
doesn't
to.
have a model.
Let's stop. I want to ask him a different question.
That's why we need to get
is the
to his
core.
model.
This is what Leo's saying is the core of the issue, because we're saying, is there evidence for God? And like Leo was saying, to say that evolution doesn't work isn't the evidence for God. Just how he was saying, it could be some
It
other
is
process.
giving him room.
No,
to
it's not.
deflect.
What you're not understanding is, unfortunately, and I'm
it's
not trying to be
giving him
offensive, you
room
guys are focusing on the meta. You're
deflect.
focusing on other things. I'm getting at the conceptual issues with his contention, which
I
is that
agree.
evolution's being false serves in and of itself as being indicative of there being a creator. I have shown
which
that's
he will
not the case.
use-
We've
which
already
he will
demolished
use.
his argument. He's
Leo.
done. He's done.
No.
He's
We
out
have
already.
No.
Leo,
Yeah.
we
Leo,
have
the problem
demolished
is
his
there is
argument,
no
but he
model
will
because
use
the
that to
creationism.
further deflect from giving evidence for
What
his
from
God.
What,
Leo,
I
Do
want to hear
you
what
have
Bubble
a
has
Peter.
to
model?
say.
Do you
All
have
right.
any good
Bubblegum?
evidence for a God?
Bubble
That
was
is the
responding.
subject. I do want to know. Do you have good evidence for a God? Is it just evolution, or is there something?
Yeah, I have an experiment that can directly lead you to God.
Is it a Ouija board?
If it's an egg falling
Yeah,
through a
you're
cup, so help me God.
Well,
Is
everybody-
it really a Ouija board?
All
Is
you
it
guys
all
are chicken
ghosts?
here. All you guys are chicken to do it. I mean,
Is this
it's,
What's the
Is this the
experiment?
ghost hunter thing, Bubble? The ghost hunting the
everyone?
haunted houses?
it's
No,
so
let's go.
obvious.
I'm just curious. I'm
Let's
just
do it.
curious
If it's
how
so
you can tell us
obvious, why are you struggling to present it?
Why don't
If
we
it's
all
so
get
obvious,
people are
why are you
interrupting
struggling
him,
to
Peter.
present
One
it?
person at a time. I can't even hear a single word you guys said.
Amy, why don't
May
you all
I,
mute?
may I have a discussion with Bubblegum, please?
No.
Amy, could you all
No.
mute us so Bubblegum can speak?
Everyone wants. So Porpoise did have first dibs. Dog, I'll put you in the list, and then David Peanuff wants to join us. And so here's what's going to happen, though, Porpoise. It has to be one question. I know you're going to feel in your gut. You're going to be like, oh, but he just said something that's so silly. I need to respond. But make it a good question.
Do you understand what a false dichotomy is and why everyone is trying to point you out that that's what you're doing?
The reason I'm not doing a false dichotomy is because there is no any other model to substantiate why we see what we see.
Okay, so
And
the question
all
was
right, with that, we are gonna Dog.
It's not possible. You understand that?
The same chance. What one question you got?
Well, I believe natural selection missed out Bubblegum.
Natural selection does not create new information.
Well,
it only eliminates.
No, you're actually right on that because there's a different process that's responsible for that.
Do
What process?
Do you believe in the
What
tectonic
process?
plate?
It's called genetic recombination.
Information is an abstract idea in informatics you're referring to data.
Yeah, sorry. So are you denying when the NIH says that
Immutable, why are you talking over Dog?
Novel mutations?
Why are you talking over Dog?
Do you believe?
I'm not. I'm responding to your question.
Do you believe, Bubblegum, that the tectonic plates exist and that the continents are moving slightly over time?
How is that relevant to evolution?
That's not.
I'm just saying. Can you not see that if you look at the worldwide?
Are you saying you came from Iraq? Are you saying you came from Iraq right now?
Ladies and gentlemen, you hear it on this channel all the time.
I am
this
saying,
is what
if you look at,
really
if you look
You
at,
just said that. You just said we came from Iraq. Oh my god!
Planet.
You could just answer the question.
Planet, you can push it up.
Right,
Who's together?
Are we going to get somebody else
like a
in?
jigsaw puzzle.
Yeah, and okay.
Oh my
Lasses and lads, I thank you both. We're gonna get David in, and then we'll let you guys keep on talking in open conversation. But David PDF, welcome. We are Skeptic and Ranting on Is There Good Evidence for God? The spice is getting real, but we're having fun. We're trying to find, a theological good time. Are you a believer now?
Yes, I am, actually. I believe in the flying spaghetti monster. All hail his holy noodliness.
Using the flying spaghetti monster is just a couple
Pasta
of
la, brother.
May his noodly appendage test you in your dreams.
Pasta la, Amy.
Yep. Hey, here's an argument. If objective world facts don't exist, then the flying spaghetti monster doesn't exist. Objective world facts do exist, therefore the flying spaghetti monster exists.
That doesn't follow.
Oh, I'm sorry. The second premise is false.
Yeah,
it's a modal scope fallacy.
Yeah.
Well, no, it was a joke. He's trying to.
Can we get back to my prophecy that Bubblegum is not going to present any evidence for his God? I just want to state that.
It came true, Peter. Thank you for reminding us for the millionth time.
And it will be coming true if we add in.
Yes, Peter, we know. Thank you for the 1,000,002nd time. Thank you.
Hey, Peter,
if we add in more deflections.
Evidence for time?
For what?
Say again?
Hey, Peter, is you getting old still evidence for time being real?
Well, time is real.
Is me?
What do you think? Time isn't
getting,
real.
Is me getting?
What does that have to do with things?
No, we had a talk way long ago, and one of his arguments for time being real was that he was getting old.
Well, what makes you think time isn't real? That's what I'm trying to figure out.
You have to be really cautious with how you mean real in this case, because that's a very tricky conversation.
Sorry. So yeah, exactly. What do you mean when you say time isn't real? What do you take real to just be ontic, an ontic feature, objective and independent of, what do you mean by real?
An actual dimension
in
this context.
So you're saying that there is actually no fourth dimension of time?
No,
Leo, he's found a new
No, you're not
deflection.
saying that, or no, I am saying that is what?
No, I'm saying that that time is not a dimension. Yeah.
Okay. What is gravity?
Gravity is not a force. It is not a dimension.
You're right. It's a pseudo force. But what is it? I mean, if time doesn't exist, how does gravity exist?
Well, so you're saying because gravity is real, therefore time is real.
Yes, gravity is a result of time. It's a result of a shear stress through time, which rotates 4 vectors through space towards the object that creates the curvature. Yeah, if you didn't have time, you wouldn't have gravity. So what the fuck is gravity if time isn't real?
How does that follow?
Because the reason, though I can only do it visually, really, the reason that, like, say, light bends around a massive object is because the closer to the object you get, this quote-unquote slower time moves. It's more the slower you move through time. It's time dilation, gravitational time dilation. And so if you had a massive object and some, other object moving past it, and this was defining it, you could have, say, another vector defining the motion in which it's going. As it goes past that object, it's going to move slower at the bottom through time, and it's going to change the direction in which you're moving. Gravity. So if time isn't real, if time isn't a dimension, then through which dimension is the stress that results in what we see as gravity?
That is not a dimension, though.
Well, okay, so then what dimension? So then what is time? Time has to be a physically real property. Sure, maybe it's not a dimension. Then what is it?
Well, the thing, it's not a dimension. If it's not a dimension,
then okay, you're just telling me what it isn't. I'm asking you what it is.
That's the thing. If it's not a dimension, then it's not real. It's not time as
no. What an electron is?
That's not necessarily true.
Wait, hold on. No,
I mean,
an electron isn't a dimension, but an electron is real. What are you talking about?
Okay.
The number 1 doesn't have dimensionality, but it's still a real number.
I don't think the number 1 is real, but that's a completely different discussion about.
I mean, it's a element of the real numbers.
Can I just freeze frame this?
That's
for
not
a
what
second?
he means by real.
And I do want to thank. Remember, it is a whole bunch of skeptics or non-believers versus so Bubble. So we thank you, Bubble, for even coming on and getting the back and forth. But I want to ask you, Bubble, were you an atheist and then you were like, oh my god, evolution isn't real, and so now I have to be a theist? Like, is this the lynch point, the make it break it thing for you? Were you ever a non-believer?
Okay, we're only talking about my criteria. This is my criteria. This criteria does not apply to you. At first I was kid, I didn't know about like evolution. Same old thing. I went through the school system. They taught me about evolution. I was raised up Catholic, but I didn't really lean either way. I was just like, oh, okay, that's real. Okay, whatever. I just accepted. And then you actually look into the science and not just pretend to look into the science, and you figure out, oh, you can clearly see all what's wrong with evolution.
In high school.
So you looked up some things on Google that you probably didn't understand and thought evolution is incorrect.
This is high school, right?
Well, and who did you find? Who did you find? And you mean sources?
No, I looked at the sources provided by you guys in colleges. For example,
Did you actually read any of it?
One would example be the Ecole experiment done by Lenski.
Yeah,
that disproved evolution.
How?
Nothing evolved.
How are bacteria gaining metabolic information to digest citrate, which is something that they cannot do as a
this is
part of their
where you're
characterization as a species?
This is where you're wrong. It didn't evolve that. It simply was turned off.
Bubblegum. Here's a fun fact.
A million times.
Hold on.
Let Immutable make a point.
Doug, hold on. Bubble, are you not familiar with the fact that E. coli in the wild cannot digest citrate as a metabolite?
They have the capability to digest it. They just don't.
No, they don't.
Let me tell you what. Let me tell you. They do have the genes. They do have the genes. You're absolutely wrong.
No, they don't.
Look, there's
was the point.
Wait. There's bacteria. There's bacteria in Antarctica that can quote unquote digest plastic.
We're talking about E. coli.
If they have the gene, then what's it called? If the gene exists and it has a name, what is it? What's the
we're talking about E. coli. We're not talking about just bacteria. We're talking about a certain species of bacteria.
And I also want to get us back to your journey. I mean, you are basically saying.
No, they didn't.
Yes, it did. It says we turned it on.
It didn't. The reason it
Will
wasn't
you
promoted.
show me a study which
This is a
has
distraction.
shown exactly that particular thing?
Actually,
Where these organisms have the ability to digest citrate, because it is a well-known characteristic of E. coli that they cannot do that.
Well, this
No,
is
what
you could go
happened
deeper
in
than
the-
that. If he's claiming that there's a gene that allows them to do a thing they can't do, then he's saying the gene exists. If the gene exists, we've
Why
given it a name.
are you
What's the name of the gene?
entertaining
Well, this
this
is what I
when
mean.
it's
I wanna
his
get us
way of
back on
deflecting from
because one of
presenting
his major
evidence?
because one of his major points was that evolution cannot produce new information. Currently,
And
what
if
he's
we
trying
grant
to,
him,
okay,
if we grant
can I
him
please
that,
finish my point,
if we
Peter?
grant him that,
Peter,
if we grant
Peter,
him, if
other
we
people are
grant,
talking. Peter, are we back in kindergarten?
if we grant him that, we're done.
Peter. If he's
You know,
basing his argument
can
off of
start
false
yelling,
Peter,
but if you start yelling,
Peter,
I'll just mirror behavior and I'll just keep talking when you're talking.
Peter.
Jesus.
We've already established that he's used.
Thank you, Peter. I know you're talking. I'm still talking.
I'm sending love to
Love
both
it.
of you guys, and I just want to. So I'm going to connect it all because you said you were taught evolution as a Catholic in high school. You learned it from them that actually evolution was true until you looked up what you call the actual information, and all of a sudden. But I would freeze frame you. I feel like Catholic is definitely an institution that believes in God. So what you're saying is you were a believer. You were taught actually by theistic evolutionists, and somehow along the way you were actually convinced not to be a theistic evolutionist, but a young or a creationist.
No.
Creationist.
No. What did I get? So what did I get wrong?
Okay. Just because I was raised Catholic doesn't mean I was like, got to go to church every day. I was just raised Catholic. I didn't really give it a second
Oh,
thought.
so you did go to the K through 12 education or the public.
Yeah.
It wasn't like a Catholic.
I think we can all agree we were all dumber when we were in high school. Is that correct?
Yeah.
I went through Catholic.
Exactly.
I mean, there are probably exceptions, hint, but I don't know.
Well, I
Peter,
think
very
the
good
question is, did you believe in a God back then? Yes or no?
I didn't give it a second thought. That's not what you think as a high schooler.
Why would I think I'm dumber?
Yeah,
now
but
than
you
I
know
was?
if you believed in a God or not, don't you?
Come again? I wasn't able to hear you.
I said you did know whether you believed in a God, yes or no.
No, I wasn't thinking about that. That wasn't what my life.
You were raised Catholic, and you weren't aware whether or not you believed that God existed.
No, that even whether he did or did not exist, that wasn't on my
How
mind.
did that?
That wasn't in my mind.
You were raised Catholic. You were raised that there was a God.
Okay,
and you never realized. Wait a minute. Do I actually believe this? That's never crossed your mind.
Look, have you ever been to school and you just like drone out through a class and not pay attention and just be there because you have to be there?
Hold on. Did you wait a minute. So you were raised Catholic, which means that you went to a school that taught you Catholicism?
No. I was just raised. Oh my God, Peter. I just have Catholic parents. That's all. I just have like
your Catholic parents taught you that a God existed, and you never thought about the fact whether or not you believed them.
They didn't shove it down my throat every day, Peter. It was just like maybe once.
They only have to tell you once. They only have to tell you once for you to realize whether or not you believe it or not. That was Amy's question. Did you believe in a God?
Hold on. Can I ask Bubbles maybe a more probative question that might get the point Peter is getting at here? So Bubbles, you're saying that you didn't really give much thought to whether or not a God existed or anything like that. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, during high school, I didn't.
So would you then characterize yourself as an agnostic? You didn't believe, but you didn't disbelieve, or was it that you believed in God, but you just didn't think about it? Really?
Back then, I was just like neither agnostic or atheist.
Apatheism.
Simply nothing.
So you were apatheist. You didn't care. You didn't think either way. It just wasn't something you really ever thought. Okay, yeah, and that's fair.
Great.
Yeah.
So what convinced you that a God exists?
When you actually start looking into the science behind everything.
What do you mean by ever? Like, because this beer can. Does this beer can?
How does that lead you to a God?
Yes.
if you look into science,
beer can
which
show
which
God?
which piece of science led you to God?
Let me answer Leo, because I think Leo is more
Yeah,
sophisticated.
because you don't want to answer that question, because
No, I
that's
can.
the question that I'm trying to pin you down on from the start.
You can answer him
Pinky.
first
But
if you want.
you don't
I'll wait.
have any evidence for God. You just make
I do.
claims.
Well, he said
And
this
so
beer can
you
is
want
evidence
to
for God.
run
I'm just
away.
trying to
So
figure
run
out
away
how.
to Leo, and we'll get back to this later.
Run away.
Okay,
Run
'cause
away.
Leo,
Away
everything.
from the evidence.
Bear in
Dude,
mind that
stay
I
on
am
the
a
God.
designated
Oh my God,
Catholic
Jesus
here
Christ.
that went
It's
to
not
a
Is
one.
Peter this
Catholic
desperate
school.
for a relationship? I mean, I'm
No,
just.
holy shit.
Is anybody else
Okay,
just
anyway,
like?
like I said, if
I
it's
don't
not
know.
one, it's another. Bubbles anyway.
Yeah, Leo, is it the fact that that can is there with you? It's a fact,
What?
right? That can.
What are you taking fact to mean in this instance?
The you're holding a can. Is that a can? Are you there?
Is
Are
it
you
a
Leo?
can that is in? Is it a can that is in my hands? Yes.
Okay. Do all facts reference something?
I don't know what you mean. What do you mean by fact? How are you using fact here?
Does everything in the world have a cause, therefore reference something?
No.
Is there something that doesn't reference something?
What do you mean by reference here?
For example, an example of referencing would be like, okay, I have something. I have a piece of paper. Would that reference that there's a tree out there somewhere? That there were trees? That there's
So you're
piece of
saying
I can
what
answer
you're
his
saying
question more
is
succinctly.
like-
Yes, there are
like-
things that self-referential.
Sorry. Anyway, so are you? So when you say reference, it seems that you're talking about some sort of like dependency relation. That if you have a piece of paper, then that piece of paper being the result of tree pulp would depend on the existence of trees. I can grant that, but at the same time, I can have paper that's not dependent on trees. I could have parchment. I could have papyrus. Wait, does papyrus come from a tree? Actually, I think
let's
it might.
keep it. No. But
Anyway,
let's keep it simple.
no,
Let's just give you
So,
some.
like, if by reference you mean does everything depend on something else in order for it to exist the way that it does? I would say no.
What would be an example of that?
The universe.
So you're saying the universe came from nothing?
The universe didn't come from at all. I don't know what you mean when you say "come from."
So
He's saying the universe is self-sufficient.
Are you saying so? You're saying the universe is a perpetual energy machine?
I don't know what you mean when you say that.
He's saying that
But
the universe. What he's saying is that the universe, as
What do you
we
mean by he?
understand
Are you
it.
talking about me or
I'm trying to help Bubble understand what you're saying, but that's
well, I mean, I can. All I'm asking, I'm not saying anything. I'm asking him a question. What does he mean by come from?
Leo, I think the difference between you saying universe and Bubble saying universe, Bubble means the universe, the part that we see, and I think that what you mean is everything.
No, I mean
it depends on what you mean by everything. So let me just define what I mean when I say universe. When I say universe, I just mean the natural world, the totality of physical space-time reality, and all which is extended through it. That's what I mean when I say the
okay,
universe.
is the universe finite or a perpetual energy machine?
When you say perpetual energy, I don't know what you mean. Obviously, we can look at thermodynamics and see that the universe will not be able to use all of its energy. Will energy always be a feature of the universe? Yes. Will it always be able to use that energy? No.
So it's finite, correct? Right?
Well, finite. What do you mean by finite? In what sense?
If it's either infinite or finite.
Well, yeah, but infinite or finite in which sense? In its extent, like through space, and its extent in terms of time. Like what? In what sense?
He thinks the heat death will cause the universe to stop existing, which isn't the case.
I don't think he's saying that. What do
I
you
think
mean?
he is.
What sense are you using?
Do you think? Okay. Do you think first of all? Well, there's many ways I'm using it. You're correct. I'm using it. Do you think the universe just goes on forever?
I don't know what you mean when you say goes on forever. Do I think that there is no point in the future at which the universe will not exist? Yes.
So you agree it will come to an end, right?
No.
Well,
there is no
hold on.
point in the future. There is no point in the future where the universe will not exist.
So you think the universe will go on forever?
We do not know.
I guess I just don't know what you mean when you say go on. Do you mean that there is a
Will
point
it
in
always?
the future?
Will it always?
Do you mean that there is a point in the future where the universe will always exist? That there is no point in the future where it will not exist? Is that what you're saying?
According to space-time, the universe does have a finite beginning
Yes.
Approximately
Oh my God,
13.6
Leo.
Well, classically,
so-
yes, but we
Leo,
don't know
but-
how far
yes.
back the universe goes.
You just
Stop
yes,
bubblegum
Don.
because I'm not finished yet. We do not know if it has any definite point at the ending. We believe it's just going to basically go into a heat death and go into what's called a big rip. But you basically, we're okay with saying we don't know what's going to happen. You
No,
want
you
to say
just
we don't
deny
know,
that's
therefore
fine.
God.
No, you're just trying to
Stop
deny
that
that
second
it's
step
finite.
and just say we don't know.
No, you're trying to deny that it's finite. Stop
Well,
trying
I
to
don't know
deny
what.
that it's
Look,
finite.
you still haven't
hold
explained
on,
in
I
what
just
sense
said it
you
was
mean
finite.
finite.
No, okay, Leo's trying to deny that's finite. Leo,
I
it has
didn't deny
bounds.
that. I still don't know what you even mean. How can I deny something I don't even
Bounds,
know what you
limits.
mean by what you're saying?
I don't
when
know
you
how to
say
make this more
finite,
simpler.
when you say finite, well, I don't. Then explain yourself. It's not my fault. You don't know how to explicate your own ideas.
However,
You're
having
using the word
limits,
finite.
bounds.
You're using the
I
word
don't know how
finite.
to-
You're using the word finite. In what sense are you using that word? Finite in time, finite in space, finite in size, finite in what do you mean by what you say?
Finite that it has limits, it has bounds, it's temporal. It's not going to go on forever.
Hold on.
I
Because
don't.
there's
I
more.
don't know
still
how
don't
to.
know what that
I
means.
don't.
Just using
I
vague
don't know
words.
how to
I'll
simplify this.
help you out. He thinks that it's going to stop existing.
Is that what
He
you're
means-
saying?
You believe your afterlife
shit.
will go on forever.
He essentially means by time.
There's more to this than you're realizing because, well, general relativity does say the current instantiation of space-time, I think that's the current language, which has a beginning. Quantum mechanics says maybe we don't need all of this because we know that general relativity is in some ways wrong because it doesn't mesh with quantum mechanics.
I think that's going beyond what Bubble is trying to say. I mean,
all I'm trying to do is get him to explain what
I
he means
think
by
it's
come
going beyond
from.
his
He still hasn't
comprehension.
done that. All he just went is from come from to finite, and then he didn't explain what he meant by finite. He's just using terms and then not explaining what he means. Saying, "Well, here's an
don't
example
know how
that
to
uses
make more-
something that's also vague, that's not informative."
It is not vague. I don't know
Well,
how
it
to make
is
this more
because I don't
simpler.
understand what you mean when you're using these terms.
And I just want to ask one last question, and then we'll get Orge in. But why do you think the scientific community accepts your view on evolution?
he never said that.
Wait, who are you asking?
Oh no, I guess I don't want to go back into that, but I guess I can't help it.
Please don't. Please
Ah.
don't.
I'd
I mean,
like to look into his
Let's
technology.
We'll go back.
let's get to
We'll
the
get
fact that
Orge
the
in.
universe is maybe is or isn't eternal. We still
not.
don't have evidence for a
Yes, we
God.
do.
Whether or not the universe is eternal or not eternal, whether or not God created something that is eternal or not eternal, we still don't have any evidence of the God that you claim created the universe.
I'm
So
not
what's the
proposing
evidence
anything
that it was
specific
created?
now,
What's the evidence that it was created?
because it's finite.
What do you
Okay,
mean
That's
by
not evidence
why-
of it being created. That's not evidence of it being created. What's
Okay,
the evidence of the creation?
Okay, the question is,
No,
what about-
immutable.
Can I please
Stop
clarify your
answering
Peter? Let me
I just
clarify your
asked him
question.
No, I asked him a question. Let him
Peter,
answer.
he's going to give you the same answer.
I asked him
let
a
him give you the
question.
same answer.
Let him answer.
I'm gonna give you the same answer. It's finite.
Well, what do you mean by finite?
I'm asking you what the evidence is for creation, not
He just
for
told you!
He
infinite-
told you. It's finite. Now you might reject that, but then I don't know why you keep asking the same question.
Now
Why don't
let
you
me
say,
ask
well,
the
what do you
question
mean
that
by
actually-
finite? Well, when you
Let
say
me-
that the universe is finite, how does that evidence that it was created by something? Like,
Precisely.
Go further. Go
Let me
further.
ask the question that actually, God, what about the universe being finite implies that it's created?
Because it cannot come from nothing.
What do you mean by come from? See, now we're back at square one. What do you mean by come from?
Yeah.
So you think
No. You're asking me a question.
let
I'm asking you. You're using a particular phraseology, and I'm asking what
Yes.
the referent of the
I'm gonna-
phraseology is. When
let
you say
me-
come from, what are you saying? So, like, when I hear the term come from, I think of like something like ontic actualization, that something's coming into being, which is just an incoherent concept. What do you mean when you say come
You
from?
need to bear in mind, Bubblegum, that no scientist.
So we're not gonna
on
let
this
him answer the
planet
question?
Believes
Dog,
that
please let him answer.
it came from
Dog,
nothing.
let him
Peter,
answer.
that is the most
Leo.
ironic thing you've said this entire time.
Anyway, I don't care about meta. Anyway, Bubbles, please answer.
Okay. Can you repeat your question so I could?
What do you mean by come from? When you say come from, because I just want to clarify again. There's two ways that I understand it. When somebody says that X comes from Y, what they mean is Y is some sort of pre-existing material, substrate, substance, what have you, that was formed, fashioned in some way, shape, or manner into something else, and we're asking how did it end up in that something else form? Or somebody means something like ontic actualization, this sort of something's coming into being, actually being brought into a state of existence. So do you mean one of those? Do you mean something different?
Yes.
Yes, what?
Brought into existence, into our dimensions.
So when you say brought into existence, hash that out for me. What's going on there?
Okay, we had this debate already. About we did.
Anyway, continue.
Okay. Since the universe is finite, you cannot propose the idea that the universe is infinite or has no beginning.
I don't recall proposing that it was infinite or that it had no beginning.
I'm saying
he's asking how it came into being. How did it come into being? That's what he's asking. Not how it's going to end. How it came into being.
Oh my god. Okay.
He's trying to get there.
Yes. Okay, since the universe. Oh my god.
Peter, just shut the fuck up.
Can we stop with the meta? Bubbles, please.
Okay, since the universe is finite, that means you cannot presuppose that the universe was always there and then later expanded.
Sure, I can grant that.
I don't even know what that means.
Well, it doesn't matter. I can grant that. How does the universe come into existence?
It means nothing.
I'm getting there.
Well, and then once you do get there, I do want to let Ogre have his intro.
Let's let Bubble get there.
Oh my god. I'm astounded by the freaking amount.
Anyway, don't worry about that.
Just
hold on. Stop. Sorry. Just don't worry about the meta. Just focus on the discussion we're having.
Okay, since the universe is finite, you can no longer appeal to the universe that was there and later expanded into the greater universe that we see. So it has to therefore be created.
What I don't know what do you take creation to mean? I take creation to be a process, and I take processes to be temporal. I don't know how time could be created.
Well, time is not real. It's not a real dimension.
Well, we've already established that time is real, because if time isn't real, then it follows that gravity isn't real, and gravity is obviously real, therefore time must be real.
No,
and we can also physically measure time and variances within it. If you're saying that time isn't real, you'd essentially have to concede that nor are length, width, or height.
That's the thing. It's not a dimension like length, width, or height.
Then what is it?
It's a conceptual. Time is conceptual.
Yeah,
our measurements of time are conceptual, just like our measurements of length are conceptual. But length,
I can help you
measurements
out.
of it, but length itself.
I can help you out. Was there?
No, you can't.
Before how we measure it.
Yes, I can.
So that doesn't really answer the question. But that's just turning back. So I don't understand what you mean when you say that it was created, because creation is a process, and processes require time.
What's the thing? You have
not. I can help you out.
You have not proved time is real. Time is not.
Well, it is.
You need to prove time is a dimension.
It doesn't have to be real. Granted, it's not a dimension. It can still be very real.
No,
and important.
Let me.
Wait, but electrons are real, aren't they?
Not in the way you guys are proposing.
That doesn't matter. But they're real in some way. They're real. Electrons are real.
They're
physical aspects.
Leo, I can help you out.
That's a
I can help you out with one simple question.
Rude, but I do
I'd rather talk to Leo Peter. I'd rather talk to Leo Peter.
So I'm not understanding here what you mean by real then.
Okay. Our conception of electrons are not what they teach you.
Well, no, forego the electrons. What when you say that something is real, what do you mean by that?
Well, real as in our reality, because
so like a part of it, like ontically real. It exists even if we weren't perceiving it.
Well, somebody perceiving it.
If there were nobody perceiving something and it were real,
this thing, a greater being perceiving it.
So you're saying that nothing is real unless it's being perceived
by a greater being.
No, but by anything. If the thing is capable of,
not by anything. Not by anything.
For things to exist whilst not being perceived by anything at all.
Not by anything. It has to be by a greater being.
So you're saying that in order for something to exist, it has to be perceived by something.
We're gonna hand it back off to Ogre. Ogre, welcome to Skeptic
Oh,
Ranting.
hi.
We
Hey,
are
Leo. Look like
talking
you're having fun.
about is
We
there
roll right
good
over the end of that.
evidence for God? What are your thoughts about the debate and the subject itself?
Sorry, Bubbles.
I don't even know which debate that was. Who was it between? Oh, I didn't see the Matt Dillahunty one. Sorry. The topic wasn't on that, so I thought I could. I thought we were just moving on. But thank you for the
Did you
intro,
have
Amy.
something to say about the subject?
Of Matt Dillahunty debate?
Or is
I
there
didn't
good
see it, so
evidence
I'm
for
sure.
God or anything we can talk about?
Well, I had something for Bubble though.
Oh boy.
Is that okay,
Sure.
Bubble?
Yeah, but let's make
I'm
it.
in between Peter and Leo. So.
Let's make it the last one because oh my god, I can't. I don't think how much we can take.
I just wanted to know if you said what was the thing about a higher being? You said about seeing things from a higher being. Higher being needs to see them or something.
Everything that
That's the same
we.
question I was asking.
Yeah, is similar.
In order for something to exist, must it be perceived by something?
I wanted
whether it's a greater
Bubbles'
being or not.
phrase.
Leo, let
Bubbles'
Orge
phrasing.
go. Damn.
What was the phrasing you used? Something like things that exist when a higher being perceives them or something like that?
Okay. All reality cannot be perceived by something that's in it. So whatever the reality we live in has to be perceived by something outside of it and greater than it.
What's the argument for that?
So my question was simply, what level are we? Are we the absolute lowest being level, and like there's nothing to perceive below us?
Well, it wouldn't matter. We're in the reality that's being perceived.
Yeah, but you a higher being, like you have to be. That means there's differences between us and other beings, right? And I'm wondering if there's something below us that only exists because we perceive it. Because God, we exist because God perceives us. So
No, everything you observe is still everything you observe is still perception of that higher being.
Yes. Are we the higher being to something
that's
else?
interesting.
No.
Why not? How do you know that?
I told you.
And question two, is there a being perceiving God then?
Okay, look, for example, you perceiving a dog taking a piss on the sidewalk, that is not reliant on you. That dog taking a piss on the sidewalk is reliant on that higher being.
Yes, and that's why I'm granting your sentence for my question. So is there something that in the God perceiving us, is there something that we perceive that's below us? Like, are we a higher being to something else? And is there
Okay, the other one was better. Okay, the other one was better. Is something
God?
perceiving God?
Yeah,
That's
is there a
dumb.
being above God, and how can you answer those questions?
No, that's as dumb as saying who created the creator? Order.
I mean,
I'm
he's
using
a
framework here, dude.
He does.
the thing is,
Bubbles
I
does
mean,
a point there.
Ideally, God occupies a
I-
reality,
yeah.
which by his logic means that there's things that even God isn't privy to observing.
Yeah,
Because you can't
Leo, I
observe
get
everything
what
that's
you're
in
saying,
reality.
But I want to use Bubbles' phrasing of it because Bubbles created this construct of how to perceive reality. So why is the construct only two-tiered? Why isn't there something below us? Or why isn't there something above God? According to you,
I don't even know why this is relevant.
Because you're contingent on you. You are the observed, not the observee.
Bubbles,
You mean we're the
in your
observee,
model?
not the
In your
observer.
model, Bubbles. In your model, God doesn't exist because he isn't perceived by anything.
Well, Bubbles would say God perceives himself, so he is actually.
So
No. He just
wait,
said.
hold on. Am I right there, Bubble? Am I right there?
No, he
In a
already
way.
said we can. The thing that is real cannot be perceived by itself, which rules out God perceiving himself. So if there's nothing that is perceiving God, then God does not exist.
Well, that's only true if something has to be perceived to be
Bubbles rules.
existed. And so we're going back to the question that I was trying to ask that still hasn't been answered. Bubbles, does something have to be perceived to exist?
So have we ruled out?
You already answered that.
Well,
The answer that is
Holy
yes.
shit. We circled all the way back to the question, and we're still going to go
He
around
already answered that
All
with
right,
yes,
he didn't.
Leo.
No, he
I'm
didn't.
sorry to ruin
Bubbles.
your night,
He did.
Leo.
I don't even know why I joined the
Does something
stream.
need to be perceived in order
That's
to
a very
exist?
good question, Bubble. I'm asking the same question right now.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
I'm just asking a
One
simple
person.
question.
One person. Yeah. Well, stick one person
Does
at a time.
something need to be perceived in order to exist?
Yes.
Okay, so what's the argument for that?
Do you exist? Is that a fact?
That's a question, not an argument. What's the argument for that?
Trust me.
Do you have
Just
one?
answer. Do you exist? Is that a fact?
That's a question, not an argument.
I'm asking
What's
you.
the argument for that? Arguments are given in terms of premises,
Don't worry.
not questions. Why are you asking me a question when I'm asking you for an argument? I just don't understand why you would do that. You
I'm
made the
getting-
claim.
I'm trying
You're
to
making. Sorry. You're making the positive claim.
You're roboting.
Sorry.
Wait a second.
You're making.
roboting.
You're making the positive claim that something cannot exist if it's not being perceived. What's the argument for that?
Let me help you, Bubble. Just say either you exist
Leo,
or you don't exist.
Leo, I'm trying to get you to answer the question.
Why would
That's why I
I
keep
answer
asking it.
my question? It's for you to answer. I'm asking you. What's the argument for the contention you made?
Do
Give
you
me
exist?
a
Is
reason
that a
to
fact?
commit myself to that's a question, not an argument. Give me an
I'm trying-
argument.
I am.
You're not trying. You're asking me a
Yes.
question. Questions aren't arguments. Give me an
Yes,
argument.
They can be arguments, Leo.
No, they cannot. Questions
they
aren't
can.
arguments.
No,
No.
don't try to invite this
Arguments are
question,
not
Leo.
construed in terms of questions,
Leo.
Bubbles. Arguments are construed in terms of premises, and premises are propositions which make statements. That's not what questions do. So asking questions is not presenting an argument. Questions aren't arguments. Give me
Leo.
an argument.
The argument comes after you answer the question.
That doesn't matter.
And
Give
guys,
me
I
an
do
argument.
know there's some
Bubble, I
people
can
that have
help you with
wanted to
this.
ask that haven't been able to ask questions in a while.
Look, it's so obvious you guys can't answer Darth Dawkins' question because it does lead to God. That's what. That's really
Bubble,
what
I
I'm doing.
can.
But
Did
I
you
can.
seriously
Do I
just
have
bring up
ADD?
Darth
Yeah.
Dawkins'
Yeah,
name?
I know, and
Guys,
Darth
I'm using
probably
his argument.
beating his wife on a
I'm-
day-to-day basis.
I'm using
so,
his
yeah.
argument.
Darth
Yes,
Dawkins
I'm
is
using-
proof
I'm
to
using-
God. Wow.
Okay,
using his
Leo,
argument.
I'm going to
Bubbles-
go back to my prophecy. He's not going to provide evidence for his God. He wants
Okay.
us
And-
to help
and
him
guys,
deflect.
I
Go
want to
away,
interrupt
guys.
all of you.
So,
Well, I
So-
want to interrupt
Letting me
because
talk.
I want to send a PSA to my skeptic loving brothers and sisters out there. We all want to do the dunk, but it's sometimes it gets counterproductive when we have to let a chain of succession of 2 or 3 questions be answered, because the moment that I know you have our gotcha or our next thing that we want to get into, it changes the path of the conversation, and it really is. It's like you're starting back at zero. But because I love all of the conversation, and like I said, I know Bubble, it must be a lot of pressure when you're on this many people.
Well,
who
it's
disagree
not that
with
it's
you.
pressure. It's more of annoyance. Peter.
Well, we're sending love to everyone
I
on
really
this
hope I'm not
panel.
making noise.
I just want to. So I'm going to go in this order, and you do have to let me know when you're done, so I could go around, because I know your questions are for Bubble, so I want to know when the person. Dog, you said you wanted to ask something quickly, and then Jason, Porpoise, I want you guys and gals to get something in here.
I raise my hand as well.
Sure.
Yeah, I want to ask Bubbles.
No.
I
No,
was
no questions
born
for
in-
Peter.
I was born into the Catholic Church. I was born with Orthodox Catholic parents. I went to a Catholic school where I was abused and humiliated. Has Bubbles ever read the Bigelow Report? I mean, we're talking about the most anti-Semitic, most evil religion on the planet. Forget your Muslims and their infidel, let's cut off people's heads. Catholicism is the worst religion on earth, and it always has been. Pope John
Catholicism is
Paul
just
II.
Christianity.
Pope John Paul II made an inaugural amount of apologies for what Catholics have been up to, but they still get up to it. And as I say, the Bigelow Report is a big eye-opener of their involvement in the Holocaust with Mussolini, all in World War II things, and goes back to the Crusades, which was all Catholic run. It just killed millions of people who didn't believe in God. What is all that about? Do you actually believe that your religion is
And so you're asking
isn't
Bubble
nothing.
that question, and so I'm going to let Bubble have a response, but then Porpoise and Jason are going to have their chance as well.
First off, I'm not a Christian or a Catholic. Secondly, I'm not a moralist, nor do I think objective morality exists. Thirdly and finally, just because there's suffering and all sorts of bad stuff in the world, none of this follows that there is no God.
And
Wait, hold on. That's not necessarily true.
Oh boy.
I want to
Yeah,
cap
okay,
that
just
off.
put me in the list behind Jason. Sorry.
That sounds
This
good,
is the
actually.
danger of Bubble.
Well, he was doing this in the Word of God. These Catholics are doing this in the Word of God, who is Jesus Christ to them now, the Holy Trinity. All of that nonsense.
Didn't we just have Bubble say he wasn't a Christian?
How can you say, well, yeah, it is Christian, but how can you say that
I'm not.
it's got nothing to do with God when everything that the Catholic does is for God and it's evil?
Okay, so now for like the third time, he said he's not a Christian, Catholic, any other branch of Christian.
He was
Yeah,
brought
you're
up
arguing
a
the
Catholic.
wrong thing, dog.
But
no,
that's-
he's
Yeah.
not a Catholic.
He was brought
He
up
was-
a Catholic.
But that doesn't mean
But
he's
he's no
practicing.
longer. He's no
Yeah,
longer a
I was-
Catholic.
Yeah, I was just brought up.
What? Catholicism isn't Christian anymore?
Well,
No, he's not a
That's not
Catholic.
Christian either. We're playing by the rule of three. So, Bubble, what's your last response to that?
Yeah, that was my final response to that.
All right. And, Dog, you'll get a chance as well. I want to keep on going down. And thank you for your statement as well. Porpoise, you wanted to, and I will give a rule of three as well, because it is hard just to get one question out, but at least a little back and forth. But floor is yours.
All right. Now, I wanted to come back to something earlier because I've seen a lot of creationists do this. And they seem to misunderstand that, first of all, informatics has nothing to do with biology. And secondly, they seem to be confusing the definitions of data and information in informatics. Information is an abstract idea of what the data represents. Are you trying to tell me that when new wings are produced, which the wings would essentially be the information in this case, that new data comes in? Do you understand that any time that data changes, new information results? Whether data is lost, it's added, or it's mutated. And do you understand any of the logical fallacies we tried to tell you were making?
First off, I didn't make any logical fallacies. Second,
Yes, you did.
change is not new information. This is a disingenuous way to define evolution.
Well,
yes, actually it is. You do not
No.
understand informatics.
In that case,
Well,
I have a
I'm answering, please. By that sort
We'll
of,
put you in the queue.
I'm answering. Okay, sorry, James. I thought it was Peter.
No,
again.
no. Go ahead. Bubble.
I was about to shut the fuck up, Peter.
You
Okay.
don't even
I'm
understand
muted.
evolution.
I would
Never
I would
mind.
want the rest
You
to
can
do the
have a
same thing.
question on it.
It's not Peter. It's not.
Let Bubble
Okay.
talk. Go
Okay.
ahead, Bubble.
The way to say any sort of change is new information is disingenuous. That's like saying a single point mutation is it's evolution.
Okay.
No, single point mutations are not evolution.
We've established you do not understand informatics. All right.
She's got two more
No.
questions. If she
Yes, the the code contained within the DNA. Yes, that is a genetic code.
I'm not
That's
going
fine.
to argue
I
that
really
it's
don't
genetic
care about
code. I'm
that.
going to argue that's not a computer code.
Well, of course,
the
it's not.
issue here.
It's not literally ones and zeros, but it's
Do
usually.
you? All right, one more question. If you've gotten peer-reviewed articles from me anytime, what have you learned about Ada Lovelace and Charles Babbage over this weekend?
Come again? I don't know who that is.
Yeah, that's kind of the point. You said you got them from all of us.
They're the founders of computer science. Spoiler. Or some of them.
Oh no, the found computer science is guys from the post office in World War II, isn't it?
No. What? Alan Turing is the modern father of computer science.
No, it's a guy.
Let me answer.
He helped Turing.
Yes, I'm not denying Alan Turing's importance. What I am trying to tell you is Ada Lovelace is considered to be the first programmer, and Charles Babbage designed what is essentially the first modern computer that was never built.
Well, no, computing. No, it's not the first. That's, for example, there's a.
I said modern.
Modern. Well, yeah, it's not the first. My bad.
I mean, an abacus can be considered like a
Oh
prehistoric
Lord, she
computer if you want
specified
to.
modern. She specified modern.
Yes.
No, I know.
But I
I'm
love
just
this
saying.
panel. And all right, Jason, I know you haven't talked in a while. I'm giving you, it's like 3 wishes, only we can actually say them in English because they're just questions. The floor is yours.
Oh Lord, I don't even know where to begin, but I mean, I want to like step back. I don't want to talk about evolution. I don't want to talk about any of like this drilling down into the details. The discussion started with evidence for God. And so we already have talked about what does it mean to provide evidence? Like, it doesn't mean to shoot down another theory. It's to provide actual direct evidence for God. And so that's really just my question. It's the same question: is what evidence do you have for God that's not shooting down another theory? Do you have positive evidence for God?
Absolutely. But the thing you guys, that's what I keep asking you guys, you have to answer, what is your criteria for evidence? Because my criteria for evidence, a dog pissing on the street, yeah, I understand that. You probably wouldn't understand that.
Well, okay,
I mean,
well,
it's
so
evidence.
it's my time. It's my time. It's my time.
Okay, fine.
Okay, so if that question is the criterion, I would say that it's using a kind of a classical hypothesis test. So using a falsifiability test, coming up with a null hypothesis, an alternative hypothesis, saying God does exist, and evaluating that through some type of hypothesis testing. That would be my criterion.
Yes, I do have experiments for that.
Okay, okay, so I'm just going to end on this because we can't go into all this. That what I would like to do is to have a conversation between you and I on this topic, and I don't really care where it happens. I don't want to like you to like bail out and say if it's not on modern day debate that's
modern day debate. That's the only way I do it. Modern day debate. I want you to lose publicly.
What do you mean? He won't let you on his channel. I don't know what you're
I
talking
know.
about.
I know James got
But
me
see,
blacklist.
that's my question. I love modern day debate. I feel like as a proud shill of modern day debate, you should always reach out to James over there. I always say, I love my Jameses, whatever they are. But
He's not gonna let football.
My question to
I
you
know.
is, if James will let you on there? I mean, I hope if he wants to let you on, I'm always supportive. But if not, that's a weird criteria.
Last thing, what is the problem with letting either James or Amy just like moderate a debate between you and I? They're not going to like jump in and white knight for me or anything like that. It'll just be me and you. Yeah,
Jason, it's not about beating you. I can beat you any time of day.
Okay,
But it's about beating you in the public arena, so everybody sees you lose, and then you lose support.
Amy's channel is public, so how would that be any different?
No, it doesn't have the subscribers.
You're just in it for the clout. That's all you want.
Right now, I have more subscribers than you guys got. I don't need the clout.
Yeah,
I'm not doing this for the clout.
You're just concerned about
and us too.
Your channel.
This is an echo chamber. This channel is an echo chamber. Dude. Why would I?
If it's an echo chamber, why don't you debate on it and change that?
How an echo chamber? The point of an echo chamber is that it can be changed.
How is this an echo chamber when you, a theist, are actively being invited to debate on this channel?
The point of an echo chamber is that nobody changes their mind.
If it's not Jason or Bubble talking, can the rest mute, please, just like I do, so we can get through everyone's turn?
And
I agree with Peter.
And
I
then
finally agree with Peter.
Whatever.
Before, Peter, I just want to say.
No, not just want to say. No, it's not your turn. It's not your turn. Everybody mute. Everybody mute and let Bubble and Jason talk. Everybody else mute.
I'll just end this in saying, like, I have formally said I will debate you anywhere, anytime, on any channel. And you're saying that you will only be on modern day debate, and you yourself have said, oh, I can't get on modern day debate, so therefore it's kind of a default not debating me.
No,
so
I'm trying to force your hand. I'm trying because Amy's connected. Amy's connected.
What about logical plot? What about LPP?
I'm forcing your
Maddox?
hand.
What about John Maddox? Or what about Standing for Truth?
No, I want everybody, because Standing for Truth is also an echo chamber. Who am I going to convince? A bunch of theists that they're theists? Oh, bravo.
But wouldn't you want to convince atheists like this channel where this is like...
This is an echo chamber. You guys will not take any evidence.
That.
I mean, I'm willing to accept.
Oh my God. Didn't have to get through. Didn't I just get through saying that this is Echo Champ? You guys would know, even if I would defeat you in every single point, you're not going to change your minds. This is an Echo
I
Champ.
mean, you've yet to do it. You've yet to do it. So I mean, if you can,
I did.
Then do it.
I did.
No,
you haven't.
And look, you're just trying to. You're just trying to keep me away from modern debate. So because you don't want to lose in public.
No, I don't mind debating you. The thing is, I mean, you actually have to put up something that's.
Amy, can you mute everyone else but Bubble and Jason, please?
Well, I
because
think
this is not going to work.
I think Jason just wrapped up. I think.
Yeah, I'm done. That's fine. He's not going to debate.
I just want to know if anyone else has any final questions for Bubble.
I had my hand up.
And it's only a 3. I will say it is a set of 3 because then we're going to outros. And
I
so
do.
I see.
I asked to go in behind Jason.
I feel
earlier.
bad. I'm sending love to talk. I want to send love to all of our atheist and theist brothers and sisters. I know it gets very spicy, so now I'm trying to
I wish Ogre
throw
would
in
come
a
back.
little bit of sand, but also we love our steaks. And so, all right, it sounds like Leo, Peter, and Mutable are on the list.
I had my hand up, and after that, Leo.
Actually, I asked to go in behind Jason, and Amy said
No, I asked to go in
that was
before
about
you.
5
Well, who
minutes
wants
ago.
to
Well,
be
I
the
don't
man
recall
of the
hearing
hour and
that.
let the other go first?
I want to
you can go first if you want to, if
ask.
There we go, Peter.
Yeah, there you go.
Ladies
Okay.
and gentlemen, Peter, you got 3 questions. They're not like wishes because these exist.
I want to ask the question that Orge asked, because Orge left, and it's really sad that that question didn't get answered. So, Bubble, according to you, everything in reality needs to be observed by a being. If that being isn't observed itself, how can it exist?
You're essentially asking who created the creator. That is a dumb argument.
No. I'm asking according to your model. You made up those rules. So according to your rules, how can your God exist if it's not being observed? How can it be part of reality?
We're living a reality, not the reality.
And careful.
How can it be part? How can it be part of a reality? I'm just still the same question.
He's holding to some kind of form of Platonism.
Can you please mute Immutable?
Because this reality is finite.
But I'm asking, according to your rules,
you got your 3 questions.
reality has to be. No. I'm still on the same question that you haven't answered. Your rules were everything in reality needs to be observed by a higher being. Who's observing the higher being in order for that higher being to be part of reality? Those were your rules. I'm not adding anything into it. So don't switch your rules. Stick to your rules and answer the question. It was Orge's question,
Again,
and I would like to see it answered.
Again, we're living in a reality, not the reality.
Mm-hmm.
To say that God
how many realities exist, and how do you know this?
It's irrelevant.
It's not.
It isn't, because if you're proposing that your God lives in a different reality, then I want you to tell me how many realities exist, and how do you know this?
All I have to propose is that there's a being outside of our reality. Look, for example.
Exactly.
Wait, let me finish. Let me finish. So I don't want to hear from you again. For example, us making like a video game in their little video game reality, we are their gods.
Mm-hmm.
That's it.
All right.
Exactly.
Someone who has
But
made
I'm
video
still
games, I don't
still
want them
back
to be
to
my
my
God.
question. How do you know that there is another reality in which your God is, and in which the rules are different, so he doesn't have to be observed in order to be part of that reality? How do you know this?
First off, I don't have to provide that. I simply have to provide that you have God.
You have. If you make a claim, then you have burden of proof.
Secondly,
you have burden of proof if it's your claim.
Secondly, this is a dumb argument. Who created the creator?
It isn't.
It is.
It is you. It is you running away from the rules that you set up.
Where did God come?
And that is evidence that your rules don't hold up.
And I feel like
I'll concede my other 2 questions and give them to Orge, because Orge left, and I think Orge should go first and finally ask the questions that he wanted to ask half an hour or an hour ago.
Well,
I'll concede my time to Orge.
I am okay with Orge having 3 questions, though I did say Leo would be able to have his. So
Leo always goes first, definitely.
I'll let Dog and Jorge have questions because they came back, but Leo and Immutable, once again, we are playing genies. Leo, you got 3 questions. I hope they're good.
I just wanted to ask, are Orge's questions related to the line of reasoning Peter was going down?
I think so.
Orge?
I can ask something else. Leo.
Well, no, I'm not telling you to ask something else, but if you were planning on going down that same line of reasoning, then I'm okay with you going before me, and I'll just go after you.
I hope I channeled Orge the best way I could. I'm not sure, but I hope so.
But that's
it was a little more annoying, but that works.
Leo, the floor is yours. You got 3 wishes. 3
so,
questions.
Bubbles, you said that like things like evil and bad stuff happening doesn't have bear on God's existence, correct?
Yeah.
So, do you take God to be a rational agent, an agent that always does what he has most reason to do?
Are you saying God takes away people's?
No, I'm not. I'm not saying anything. I'm asking you a question. Is God if God is omniscient, which I would assume you think God is, then it seems that he always acts in accord with what he has most reason to do. He is a maximally reasonable agent.
No, I don't think God is acting upon the universe. No.
I didn't ask that. I'm asking, do you think God does what is most reasonable to do? Do you think God is a maximally reasonable and rational agent, which seems to be an entailment of omniscience?
Well, what do you mean? What do you mean by reasonable?
Following the rules of inference.
For example.
What?
What do you mean by that?
Like the laws of logic.
So you're saying there's laws of logic that are being
Does God always follow the laws of logic? Does God always follow what he has most reason to do? Does he utilize the rules of inference to make his decisions?
No, God imposes the laws.
That's not what I'm asking. Does he follow them? Are they things? You think I'm trying to ask something that I'm not, and that's what's going on here. Is God reasonable?
He has reasons.
Yeah, so he's reasonable. Does he act on those reasons?
No, he has reasons.
So he doesn't act on those reasons.
No, I'm saying, what do you mean by reasonable?
That following the rules of inference.
But that's the thing. The rules are imposed by him.
Yeah, so he doesn't follow them? They're not things
and that is, so Bubble, last thing, and then we're going to Immutable.
Wait, what? Hold on, what?
Okay, and
I haven't even got my first question answered.
Okay, and ultimate doesn't have consequences.
Many questions.
I don't know what you mean by ultimate.
It's in God, right?
Well, what do you mean by ultimate?
In this occasion, God, right?
Well, I don't know when you just saying that God is ultimate doesn't tell me what ultimate means.
Okay, if we're referencing, there's multiple. My worldview is different from the Christian worldview.
Also, this isn't addressing the question that I'm asking.
Yes.
Does God do what he has most reason to do? Does God act reasonably?
He does what he wills, not what is.
That's not answering my question. Are you saying? Do you think God is a reasonable or an unreasonable person?
No, he's acting with his.
That's not answering my question. Do you think God is a reasonable or an unreasonable person?
What do you mean by reasonable?
It's not answering my question. Do you think God? I've answered that like twice. Do you think God is a reasonable? Yes, I did. I said it's following the rules of inference. That's the 3rd time. Do you think God is a reasonable or an unreasonable person?
Leo, are you presupposing?
You're not answering my question.
Leo,
I'm going to keep asking my question. I'm sorry. I'm going to keep asking. I'm sorry. I'm going to keep
yes
asking.
Or no question.
Sorry. I'm still speaking. It's my turn. I'm going to keep asking my question until you answer. See, this is the dishonesty.
This
is the dishonesty. They can't answer very simple questions being proposed to them. And what I predict, like
Leo,
what I predict is that I will ask him again whether or not God is reasonable or unreasonable, and he won't answer that question. He will dodge and try to find a way to get around it. So let me ask this one more time to you, Bubbles. Is God a reasonable person or an unreasonable person?
Leo, Stop trying to pull Darth Dawkins on
I'm
me.
not. This isn't answering my question.
This
I'm not
is a
pulling
Darth
anything. I'm
Dawkins
just
bill.
trying.
This
I'm
is
just
a
trying to
Darth
get.
Dawkins, yes or no?
I'm
What's
just
the
trying to
yes
get
or
you to
no
answer my
answer?
question.
The answer
Is
from
God?
the thing
Leo,
is
Excuse
no.
me. Sorry. Is God
I'm-
is God a reasonable or an unreasonable person?
Leia, I'm trying to figure out what presuppositions are you storing within
But I don't know what
the term
presuppositions
reasonable?
have to do with this. Well, I told
Yes,
you what
it
I
does.
mean when I say
Yes, it
reasonable.
does,
I
Leo.
told you that when I say reasonable, I
What
mean you're following. I told
presuppositions
you,
are
excuse
you
me, I'm trying to
storing?
explain what I mean, which is the question that you're asking. When I say reasonable, I mean that it's an agent that's following the rules of inference with respect to the decisions that they're making. They're doing what they have most reason to do. They're doing what the rules of inference give them in terms of their imperatives or obligations.
Gods are not following laws.
So
They're
you're saying
making
God is
laws.
unreasonable. God does not
No.
act in accordance to reason.
No,
That's what you're saying. So then God does act in accordance with reason.
But
Leo, it's more nuanced than that.
and I need a final question.
I still haven't even gotten it. Well, actually, I
he's
did
not
get
gonna
answer
give
to
a
my
direct
first. I haven't got an answer
I'm
to
just
that
going to
second.
agree with
So
Leo.
let me just try this one more time, and then we'll just move on because it'll just demonstrate that he can't answer simple fucking questions.
Stop making presuppositions.
Does God act in accordance with reason? Does he act in accord with the rules of inference with respect to the decisions that he makes, or does he not?
Leo, I'm trying to figure out.
You're
what
not
is the-
answering the question. I told you 4 fucking times what I mean when I say reason. Now answer the fucking question and quit fucking dodging like a piece of trash. Does God act in accordance with
I
reason,
cannot answer
or
your
does he
question.
not?
I cannot answer your question.
Okay, we can move
without,
on. He's
without
dishonest.
understanding
He
the
doesn't know anything.
presuppositions stored
That's
within your
so
question.
dishonest. Every theist would say
Leo,
no.
stop
God is
using
his own
presuppositions in
I'm
your
not
question.
using presuppositions.
Yes, you are.
You
using
asked what I meant by
presuppositions.
reason, and I explained that to be reasonable is to act in accord with the rules of inference. What the fuck are you not getting about that? Do you not know what the rules of inference are? Are you not an informed human?
And again, Leo,
God bubbles. How could
God
you
is not
give
subject to
balls
laws.
for such a-
They are
Yeah,
the
you're saying
creator.
God is unreasonable. You're saying he does not accord.
Oh,
this is insane.
And okay, guys. So we got Immutable, Ogre, and Dog. I think because they came back. So Immutable, you got your 3 wishes. You got your 3 questions.
Okay, great. So is the position, so Bubble, is the position you hold to falsifiable?
Yes, unlike evolution.
Okay, so what set of things would need to be presented for you to say that your position has been falsified?
So you're asking my criteria for evidence?
Particularly, what is your standard of evidence for your position that you currently hold to be falsified? Yes.
So you're asking me to present an experiment which can be falsified. Is that correct?
So whatever worldview you have, I'm operating on the presumption it can be falsified. Meaning that there's some set of things that I can appeal to, like be it logical contradictions or other things, that would cause you, if you accept those things, to not hold to that position. And since you answered yes, I'm asking what those things would be.
You're asking me about a worldview, or you're asking me about an experiment that we can
Your worldview.
Immutable. Can you give him an example?
I'm asking about your worldview. So, for instance, if I said, I think I don't think that I think leprechauns exist, but by the way I described leprechauns generates an internal contradiction. Okay, I'd be then committed. If somebody showed me there's an internal contradiction, I'd be then committed to not hold that belief. I'm asking your worldview, whatever that is. A, is it falsifiable? 2, if it is falsifiable, what is the standard by which you would believe it's been falsified?
Yeah, I think I get it. I think I get what you're saying. Ghosts are real.
How would that falsify your view?
No, that's I'm using positive evidence.
So ghosts being real would falsify your beliefs?
No, it would falsify your atheistic beliefs.
Okay, but I'm not asking about my beliefs. I'm asking about your beliefs.
Yeah, aren't you asking me what evidence do I have that is evidence?
No. I'm asking you what evidence could somebody present to you to show you that your beliefs are not correct.
Oh, okay. Let's see. You would have to falsify creationism.
Okay, would that be the only thing, or are there other things that kind of wrap into?
I mean, that's one example. I mean,
like your worldview.
You would have to. It's another falsify that ghosts aren't real and just maybe some illusion.
Like, is creationism the core of like it? Is creationism like the unifying factor for your beliefs?
It's part of my beliefs.
Okay, it's part of your beliefs, but I'm asking, like, if you had to isolate like one particular belief that that acts as like the primary reason you hold to your worldview, what is it?
Well, let me see. I would say everything.
And that is going to be continued if you want to.
All right. Well,
thank you.
And the outros.
That was a rousing.
So we have, I think, Ogre and Dog, and then we're moving into outros where everyone can really have their last say on the subject or response to someone. But Ogre, you came back. Did you want to say something? You got 3 questions. In fact, you've got 3 magic wishes.
Yeah, I guess I won't belabor the argument styles that Leo and ID were kind of using. So I'll ask something kind of really different, but still connected, in my opinion. Would you say, this should be a pretty simple answer here, I hope. Would you say that the major scientific, not communities, Leo, help me with this. Was it like AGU
Consensus?
and all the big conferences? What's the company called?
AIG?
Yeah, like that's a group of scientists all share the same answer. You know, vaccines are safe, doctors, that sort of stuff, right? I don't know. Anyways, would you say most of those related to the major sciences, except Old Earth, reject creationism?
I'm not understanding your question.
I know. I'm sorry. Like 99% of geologists do not believe they're 6,000 years old, right? Would you say that's true?
Oh, you're appealing to consensus.
Yeah.
No, consensus doesn't mean something is true. We all know that.
I know that. But that's sidestepping. Do the majority of geologists believe that the Earth is very old, like over longer than biblical ages? Would you say that?
You can say maybe a couple thousand years older. It wouldn't matter.
All right, I'm done. Maybe my question sucks. I'm done.
No,
Thanks
it's that he just
anyway,
doesn't want to
Ogre.
answer
Thank
questions.
you,
Question
Ogre.
is obvious.
And all right, I think
Back
that
to my
means
prophecy. Not
Dog
going to
is
do
going to
it.
have the
No
last
evidence.
3 wishes. You got 3 questions, but then everyone's going to their outros.
I've changed my questions. Listen to his responses to the other guys. I don't want to go into Catholicism because I know he knows sod all about it. He knows nothing about Catholicism and the beliefs of it. But I have one question. His theory of ghosts and why he has experienced them and what are they? Because we're talking supernatural now, obviously.
Of course.
So, what are your experience of ghosts? Bubblegum.
They're supernatural.
Why are they real?
Because God is real.
Well, that's not an answer. That's just bollocks.
That's just begging.
It is. No.
What sort of answer is that? Wait.
Leo.
What experience of a ghost?
Wait.
I want to know your
Leo.
experience of ghosts.
Wait. One second. Leo, if ghosts are real, what does that presuppose?
Don't talk about presupposition. I want to know
I don't know why
your
you're talking to me when
experience.
Dog's the one asking you
No,
questions.
Leo called me out on this. Leo, what does that presuppose if ghosts are real?
I don't know why you're talking to me when Dog's the one asking you questions.
Yeah, you said my claim was false.
No, I didn't actually.
Okay, so you agree with me. Good.
If I could speak with Leo.
No, I didn't. No, that's not what I said.
Oh,
You committed a fallacy. That's what I said.
Leo, mute your microphone. Let Dog and Bubblegum talk.
In fact,
My microphone is muted except when I'm talking.
no, and so I'm sending love to
Yeah.
everybody out there. Dog, you were about to make question number 2.
Yeah. Where did you see a ghost?
It wouldn't matter if I saw one.
You
I
just
did.
said they're real.
I did, but my account wouldn't be used as evidence
What's that mean?
because my experience is personal. That's
So
like
how
saying
does that mean- so that's like every religious belief, every religious thought is personal. I would have thought, because the Bible can be interpreted individually by everybody, and people see it differently, and people see their theology differently than what you like.
No.
Your Frank Tourette and your Ken Hams and your Ken Hovens and your Robert Galtlands and all them people see
no.
it.
What I mean by it,
Robert
like
Tiltons, let's say.
no, what I mean by it, for example, if you were like the first person to see like a normal animal before anybody else, and then you told like the world, hey, this animal exists, nobody's gonna believe you.
You don't believe that religion is a business?
And this is the 3rd question, so we're going to be moving into outros after that.
Even though a pastor said the reason that God hasn't turned up to us is because you haven't given enough money. Is that is that a reason for believing in God?
Religion is a business, but so is atheism. Atheism
is no business. It has no
yes, it
position
is.
on life.
It's a business. Yes, it is. If evolution is proven false, guess who gets the boot? Richard Dawkins, right? He gets the boot hard.
So Richard Dawkins controls all of biology?
The only reason Richard Dawkins gets the boot
business
is because he's an evolutionary biologist. It's an irrelevant point.
Yes, it is, brother.
Exactly. But really,
Amy gets the
atheism is not a business. It's a
Yeah,
standpoint.
Amy loses her channel. Amy has to hang her head in shame.
But what does evolution have to do? Like, the only reason we accept evolution is because it is what the concurrent of empirical evidence the scientific community seems to agree with. And so we're skeptics. It has nothing to do, like, if evolution were found false, which I generally, that's a weird statement. It'd be like if the germ theory was found wrong tomorrow, would you stop being atheist? It's like,
wait, dude. If we found out tomorrow that like evolution was false, you would be laughed at out of the internet. You have to delete your channel. It's not going to be like, oh god, funny joke. No, you're going to get laughed at.
That's because you use as an evolution channel. That's a misconception. We are a skeptic channel. I would even say we're an atheist, agnostic, non-believer channel.
No, it doesn't matter.
If it was proven false tomorrow, it still would not make me believe in a God. I would still be an atheist.
And
there you go.
This is a question for you.
Okay, a question for me, but then
Amy,
love,
this is a
then we're
question for
going
you. Can I
into our
just say that a guy called Bubblegum in chat a while ago said he will own us all, and he has not answered one single question on his position.
Nope.
I mean,
I made a prophecy a while back saying that he would not come up with any evidence for God. I think my prophecy came through. So, and now you can all call me God or Jesus or whatever you want.
I did posit evidence for God.
And I feel
We
like
do not have any evidence.
Peter, you are God.
As much spice. I'm gonna let Play Centurion. I'm gonna let him have his intro, outro. Alpha Centurion. Let me tell you, if I would say that I'm a little bit, and we're going to also Peter, I feel bad. You have been a very good boy, so we're gonna let you. Did you
Amy's
get
a little
your?
bit.
I'm
Did
always
you
a
get
good
your
boy.
your 3 questions? And I want to be as strict to this as possible.
Yes. No. The only reason I held up my hand because I think that Orge asked a brilliant question, and we didn't get an answer to that. And apparently, the reason we didn't get an answer is because Bubblegum's model doesn't work when it's applied to his own statements. So yeah, we can dismiss it. We had no
agree.
evidence for God, which I predicted. So I'm fine.
Yes, we do.
And all right, we are going to
Woohoo.
get Alpha Centurion here for an intro outro because he's going to be the first one leading outros. But we are going to have more fun at the after show at the Skeptic and Ranting Discord server, the link of which will be heading into the server. I want to thank all of you for joining
Into
us.
the
But
server?
what's that? Did I say server?
You're gonna put
I think my head is off in website land. I want to thank you all for joining us on the
Amy's a
interwebs.
little
Newman,
We're in the
focus.
Matrix. Oh my god.
I don't have my soundboard. Newman,
And
focus.
can I tell you, you know
Focus.
what makes me so happy? I've only had a few interactions with Darth, and I know he still tosses and turns with me. Like the fact
You
that
still
he
live in
had
his
to
head.
throw shade and praise. Oh,
for having you on the channel. Yep. Come
But
on, Darth.
yes.
Come on, Darth. Come on.
Darth
The water's fine.
Darth has a script that
That he
sort
does.
of
He does.
pushes you
Everyone
into
does.
a corner.
worthy either. But all right, I'm sending love to everybody.
Bring
in
in
fact,
the
we'll
alpha.
all have it. Your chance to say your final thoughts on the subject or anything we've been talking about and where to find you. But we are bringing in the mimes because we are starting our Skeptic and Ranting outros. Woohoo! What is up, Alpha? We are Skeptic and Ranting about
Welcome
is
to the
there
party.
good evidence for God? I think that's the key word there. Welcome aboard, and we really want to know your thoughts about the debate or really just the subject and everything we've been talking about tonight.
All right, so my main reason to come in is I just wanted to defend Bubblegum just a little bit because I kind of feel he didn't do a good job defending himself.
My.
No shit.
And I want to say hello to Orge and to
You got
Leo
that right.
and to everyone else. Immutable. Jason, I'm sorry I missed you. But so
Did he get drinks?
First off, I want to say that yes, God is logical. He's bound by logic because that's what he set up. Leo, there you go. You got an
Thank
answer.
you. That's a direct answer.
Welcome.
See how Alpha does that? Because
No,
he's fucking honest.
No, because you say what was your question again? What is
My question was, does God act
Is he
in
bound by
accord with
reason?
reason, or does
Is he
he
a reasonable
not act
person?
in accord with reason?
he said reasonable.
Does God act, which means to act in accordance with anyway? I can't. This is Alpha. So I'm gonna shut up.
Reason and reasonable, and that's the key terms right there. That's what you don't get. He's
No,
storing
but they
a
mean the
piece-
same thing. To
he's-
be
no, 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 no.
reasonable is to
No,
act
no,
in
no, no.
accord
You're-
with reason.
no,
And if you
you're
disagree,
storing a
then you
piece
just
of-
don't understand anything about
Leo.
epistemology.
No, Leo, because I know you're storing a
All right, guys, we're gonna have to cut
presupposition
this
in the
short.
word reasonable. And I know there's a presupposition in there that you don't want to.
All right, sorry, Bubble.
Sure. That would be that reason
you want in
exists.
your outro, Bubble. Anything you want,
All
you
right,
can say
so,
in your outro.
Secondly, I would like to say that Bubble is also correct that in Catholicism, when you're actually raised Catholic, you don't have a strong foundation in religion. You don't actually get a lot of good catechesis. So you're not actually being told what you're practicing. You're just practicing the habit. So
Yes.
you're daydreaming when you're inside the Mass. You're not paying attention to the readings. I know a lot of and this is very embarrassing to say, but I actually had a coworker that had the situation where she's like, "Yeah, I'm Catholic just like you," and I'm like, "Yeah," and she's like, "I can't believe we're atheists," and I'm like, "What? Like, what did you just say?" And I've also known people
I
who
listen to scripture though.
and I also know Catholics who have said that how Mary's part of the Trinity. So just being a Catholic doesn't mean we know our doctrine. Doesn't mean that we know all the by rules. We're a 2,000-year-old institution. Not most Catholics do not know what's in Trent or what's in the Seventh Lateran Council. Okay, that's just not something that most people do. I do because I'm a weirdo and I like reading that kind of stuff, but most people don't. So I think that is kind of a weird bar to put on someone to know their entire religion when their religion's over 2,000 years old. Third, even though I didn't watch the Islamic stuff, I happen to have a channel that used to concentrate on the Quran because I happen to like interacting with people that I disagree with. So if the Islamic argument was very strong and if he was trying to prove God from the Quran, he's going to make kind of an argument from beauty like what we do in theology. So my only concern would be, even if he was being cordial, was he being honest? Because a lot of the Dawah apologists are willing to let a lie slip if it makes their argument go down faster. That would be my only concern. That's my intro. That's my outro. Peace.
It's like putting a pill in peanut butter for your dog. It all makes sense.
Are you a Catholic, by the way?
Yes, I'm a Catholic.
You're a Catholic? Okay. Just making sure.
Thank you so
I'm
very
Jason.
much for joining us, Alpha. And if you would like, we're going to have open conversation in the Discord.
Okay.
And
do I jump out or what do I do?
oh no! Well,
Stay right where you're
either
at.
way, I always feel bad when I kick you. So you can actually stay on till after the stream, or you can relax. Either way, we're actually just happy to have you because once again, we really appreciate our theist guests. So thank you so very much, Alpha, and continue to come on. Also, that's what he or she said. But yes, we are moving along. Thank you so much. Ogre, we are skeptic and ranting. We are looking for some good evidence for God. I hope you had a good time. Where can people find you? And of course, what are your final thoughts?
Yeah, I got a YouTube channel. It's my name. It's pretty meh content. Don't bother with it. I wanted to say thanks to Bubbles. I haven't interacted with you in this circle much, but it was nice to come on and argue your points. It's always good to have that, actual genuine conflict on these. Alpha's a good guy. Definitely go if he wants to join this community more often. It's a lot of fun here, Alpha. I don't believe God exists. I'm not strong atheist. I don't deny the possibility. And yeah, I'm always open to this conversation. So thanks. I'll just bow out too.
Thanks for coming back. Appreciate it.
Yep.
Woohoo! And I'm still throwing up his channel up there if you would like to see more Ogre, because he is a fantastic science guy. I know, we can't help ourselves. But all right, thank you for coming on, Ogre.
I better get my check, Ogre.
Moving. That's right. The Soros check will come in the mail. But thank you so very much. And a beautiful
Newman,
destiny.
focus.
F-U-C-U-S. What does that spell? A good weekend, ladies and gentlemen. But
there we go.
Up to the party, Immutable.
You're a grown adult.
We have been skeptic and ranting on is there good evidence for God? I don't know if you're convinced, but I hope you had a good time. What are your final thoughts on the debate, the topic, or anything we've been talking about tonight?
Well, I'm glad a theist showed up. Thank you, Bubble, for being here and presenting your arguments, despite, in my view, not all of them entirely making sense. But then again, that's how I feel about most theists to begin with. So that's the feeling's mutual. I'm open to the proposition of God, but I mean, I don't always think empirical evidence is necessary as long as there's proper like logical grounding and stuff like that. But yeah, hopefully we can do this again more, and hopefully we'll have some people that bring us good evidence for God. Hopefully the empirical variety.
Woo-hoo! Eventually, one day, right?
Thanks, Immutable.
We'll
see. Thank you
see.
so very much, Immutable. And all right, we're going right down the list. The man with the plan who took a lot of back and forth. We thank you so very much, Bubble, for being with us tonight in the Den of Kittens. We have been skeptic and ranting. We have been looking for good evidence for God. Where can people find you? What are your final thoughts on the debate or just the subject itself?
I wasn't able to catch the debate, but I'll go watch it after this. The subject itself, again, I always ask, what is your criteria for evidence? Because my criteria is different from your criteria. And the reason I don't use any sort of metaphysical, barely use metaphysical, is because nobody's going to consider that empirical, and it's not testable. And this is why I keep coming back to ghosts, because it's a checkmate with ghosts. Also, the reason I had this, I want to get this out of Leo, is because reason and reasonable are two different things in this context. Reasonable, in the way he was using, had a presupposition that he did not want to admit, and I was trying to get that presupposition out. That is all.
Thank you for the ride, Bubble. It was amazing.
That's right. And James only lets me get to say this a few times. The who controls the spice controls the universe. So we enjoy you coming on. Thank you so very much, Bubble. Keep on coming on for more streams. We always like our theist brothers and sisters. And all right, we are coming to Leophilius. What is up? We have been skeptic and ranting on the debate and the topic of, is there good evidence for God? Where can people find you? And then what are your final
Leo
thoughts?
is so smart.
So sorry about that. I was eating some food. The first thing I wanted to say is there was at least 3 people here that gave a criterion for what they mean by evidence. I said evidence is that which indicates the truth of some proposition, or that which confers warrant for the acceptance of some proposition. Peter said that which indicates or concords with exclusively one proposition or conclusion over another. And Amy said that which follows the methodologies of science. So 3 different standards for evidence were laid out. We still didn't really hear anything that abides by any of the 3 that goes in favor of God. With respect to reason and reasonable, the issue there is to be reasonable is to presuppose that you are following, that you are using reason, which is to presuppose abidance with the rules of inference, which is exactly what I said. So I had shared the presupposition he was looking for. He just didn't want to acknowledge it because he understood what is entailed by agreeing with the conclusions that I'm granting. He knew I was going to try to run the problem of evil, and he knew he wouldn't be able to provide a reasoned defense in favor of the idea that God can coexist alongside evil, because hint, if you're talking about a classically theistic God, one which is maximally great, he can't. So he says sorry. So he says I didn't provide the presupposition, which is not the right word to even use there, for what it means to be reasonable, but I did. To be reasonable is to use reason, and to use reason is to abide by the rules of inference. And what we saw here is that theists, even when their questions are answered, can't answer the questions that are posed to them, because they understand the entailments of the conclusions that they would be agreeing with, and that it's going to entail the falsity of their position. Well, all we're seeing is that many theists, not all, but many theists are just dishonest. They just don't know how to engage in meaningful discussions, because they won't make the proper concessions they need to make, because they know that what follows from it.
Woo-hoo. Thank you so very much, Leo.
Continue with dinner.
That's right. And Leo knows firsthand that he has been into the arena of Debate Me, Brah, and come out the other side. Woo-hoo. And
yeah, I would just say, with respect to that, to say it's an echo chamber is just blatantly false.
No, my criteria is a dog taking a piss.
Yeah, right?
That's my criteria.
Oh, that's even better than a Ouija board, Bubble. You found something even better, right?
No, because I understand why.
Leo is so smart.
Oh my!
Welcome aboard, Porpoise.
We have the sinister Porpoise as well as the real person in charge in the background. But no, we have been skeptic and ranting on, is there good evidence for God? We've been talking about an after party for the debate, as well as the topic in general. Sinister, what are your final thoughts?
No audio.
Oh, you're muted.
You're muted.
That's okay. Like I said, I have to do that at least once a podcast.
First of all, Bubblegum, I'm not sure you're serious or not, but I do enjoy a good Poe. And you might need a little work if you're trying to be a Poe. try to make sure that you are actually usually mistaken for someone who believes what you're saying. Now, at some point, if you want to discuss where I think you're getting things wrong because you're trying to conflate computer science with very different fields, I'm suggesting we can do it on this channel, maybe some other channel, as long as it's neutral, can't be mine. And I'm going to say we'll have moderators that can mute us and prevent it from being that chaotic. You can find me on my channel. I put it in the private chat if Amy wants to link it. Lately, I've been covering computer topics when I do it at all. I've been kind of a bit busy since I'm going back to college. So just remember, everyone, be excellent to each other. And as always, so long, and thanks for all the fish.
And watch out for those porpoises, too.
They can be quite sinister.
Absolutely.
Ooh, and there we go. In fact, give me a second. I'll make it even bigger. That's what he or she said.
Newman, focus.
Oh, she's focused, people.
There we
Don't worry about
go.
it.
Ladies and gentlemen, you should be checking out all this fantastic non-believer content. I don't know why you are not. And once again, she would just like to remind you that the answer to life, the meaning, and everything is 42.
She's muted again.
But yes, sending love. And all
Like
right.
Assemblies of God's talking your language right there, Amy.
I do have to say, my joke is always that I am not religious for bacon reasons. You know, even though they're very smart creatures.
They taste very good.
They taste very good, though, unfortunately.
Unfortunately for them.
But yes, we are going to send love down the list, and then we are handing it off to the Discord in the after show. We have Dog. Dog, what is up? We have been skeptic and ranting on is there good evidence for God. I hope you are doing well tonight. And what are your final thoughts on the debate, the subject, or anything we've been talking about tonight?
Well, as a patron to this channel and the best channel on the internet,
Mm-hmm.
I have to say that there will never, ever be any evidence for God. There never has been evidence for God.
I'm taking a piss as evidence for God.
I'm not going to believe in God anymore.
There's no evidence for God. There never will be evidence for God. It's all in the minds of the ridiculous, as far as I'm concerned. And hats off to Bubbles. He didn't lose his rag. He said in chat he would own us all. He didn't. He made no point whatsoever.
I did.
And no, you didn't.
I did.
Yeah, whatever. My channel will be the Gospel according to Dog, but I'm now waiting on Peter's intro,
Oh my.
which he's going to make for me because he's a
The
wonderful,
glories
wonderful
of the genius and eruditeness of Peter Drucker right now. I mean, I'm hanging on every word of his brilliance.
He's a genius of the community, and he helps everyone out. And
I wish
you can find me on my channel.
I
Dog.
wish.
Other than that, the debate was one-sided, as far as I'm concerned. It was all Matt Dillahunty, and it was all as I said at the beginning of this, at the beginning of our chat, Amy, it was all I can't even remember the name. Abdullah, whatever.
Abdullah, yeah.
Was all he focused on a multiverse for some reason, which was bollocks. I mean, you can prove that? And that was his reason that Allah existed. And I'm guessing that every Christian would think the same thing, that, you know, a multiverse is the reason that God exists.
Oh.
It's all laughable. But would you accept a God if he came into your lives now? Would you accept the God, the genocidal, bloodthirsty muppet that he is? Would you accept him if he turned up in your life? You would say, "Fuck you, you horrible cunt." And I'm sorry for using the C word on your channel.
That's okay. It's only more offensive in the United States, but I hear outside of it, it's actually much more cuddly and fancier.
Well, is it? Well, I know it's been called a term of endearment here, but it's used in context here that you know, you can call him mate a daft cunt, but you can call, if you call a stranger "fuck off, you cunt," that is wrong. But
But if you're like, "Oh, get over here, you
dog, you."
We tend to use English in context in the UK or in England.
And I just want to. Only if that's your final point?
No, I have no points at all. Is that I'd like to thank Bubblegum for being being himself, which is, no, I'm not going to say it, but he was a good sport, let's say. And I always love being on your channel, Amy. I love you. I love James.
Thank you so very much.
And
Sending
thank
the
you.
love back.
And dog, my heart hurts because you know what Bubble has said, that I got beat in that debate by Ken Hovind.
Oh.
Yeah, you did.
I'm going around the house. I'm moping around about it. I'm really depressed about it. But thank you for the support, Bubble.
To be fair, James, anyone who goes against any atheist that goes against, even the stupidest atheist that goes against the cleverest theist, is going to win.
Yeah.
And I have to thank you so very much, dog, by the way, for coming on. I have to just do, if you will allow me, Bubble, I just want my own.
James lost.
What's that?
Oh, I was going to say, and yet somehow James lost.
Well, I just want
Bubble,
clarification.
come on, don't rub it in. I'm so broken up about
You're
it.
just going to throw salt on his wound like that?
He shot himself in the foot like multiple times.
Oh, so many times.
But I just want clarification on your analogy. And so I just want to understand what you're saying when you mean a dog pissing in the road. What is that supposed to mean?
You never answered that.
Because it fits my criteria, because I understand that. So you have to give me your criteria. This fits my criteria, because I understand what's needed for that.
What about you pissing in a toilet?
Well,
okay. Doesn't matter what's pissing.
But explain that, please, further. What do you mean that you understand that the dog is pissing in the side of the road or toilet?
Okay, it's like the paper analogy. If I'm using a paper, that would presuppose there's a tree out there, right?
Right.
Same thing with the dog. If you take that to its natural conclusion,
that the dog is peeing
Amy,
in the road.
This is the Mr. Batman 1 + 1 = 2 = Jesus analogy, that every fact points to God, and you can't know anything without God. That's what
I'm like, I really am. I'm struggling. Is that the answer? Because I'm really struggling to find.
That's all.
The analogy at all.
Amy, in that analogy, it means that this is pure evidence that there's water.
Okay, look.
Because the dog obviously drank it in order to being able to piss.
Okay, I put it simple, Amy. The reason people can't answer Darth Dawkins' question is because they know as soon as they answer, they know they have to reference God. And what Darth Dawkins' question is trying to do is trying to get you to reference God.
Fantastic. I know what I want to use my third wish on. All right. What is this question that Darth Dawkins cannot answer?
Right now, you have spiritual rabies.
Is there? Is there something you're saying?
Oh wait,
There's something.
I had myself muted. I just
You're
realized
good.
that.
I'll say it 3 times. That's what I do once a podcast.
There is a God.
No, I'm saying like Duff Darkin's question, right? The one he asks every
He
atheist.
asked many. He has like a script. So what
Yeah,
is
that's
the
your
one question?
fundamental,
This
your
is my
ultimate.
third wish. What is your ultimate? Is that it?
Yeah, that's scripted question he gives every atheist.
What is your ultimate? Okay, I don't believe in an ultimate, and I don't think that that's a physics question. I don't
But
think a
not
physics
not
person
not,
would
exactly not exactly that question. It's the one where he says like is that a fact? And when he
Listen, you're a buffoon.
Is something a fact? I feel like that would make me into my 4th wish. So we're just gonna have to be continued. We're gonna go the 3 down the line. Thank
I
you
asked
once
him
again,
that same
Bubbles.
question, Amy. I asked him the same question. Why is a dog pissing in the street proof of God?
I honestly,
he never answered it, and he still
once
has not
again,
answered it. He can never answer it.
I don't understand those type of esoteric questions because I
you
want to know
can't. Where did the
how
dog
I
come
could get
from?
McDonald's to get me if I could get Christianity or theism to get me from the parking lot into the McDonald's, order a burger, and out of the parking lot, they'd be leagues above what we can do in the empirical world. But apparently, that's too hard. But I love you, Bubbles. Thank you for coming on.
I can do it in the empirical world. People are just too scared to do experiments.
I am. It's spooky.
What, the haunted house thing?
I mean, it clearly is because you guys won't do it.
I want to
Amy's
say
so
I have to do
scared
a
of it.
shout out if Rachel is still listening to this. We watched a movie last night that was like guaranteed. Is it midnight yet? That it was like killing us. I think that was the shtick. That if you watch it, we hear this from us often.
Oh, you ever watched a scary movie?
Scary movie? Yes, I used to love scary movie.
Have you ever gotten scared by one of them?
By one of them, I feel like that's not the emotion they were going for.
I mean, the horror, scary. I mean, there's.
Have I ever seen a scary movie? Yes. Have I ever seen anything that Jordan Peele has produced? Yes.
not what I mean, but like a scary movie that made you scared.
Sure.
Okay, it's a lot worse than that.
Oh, it's worse than
a lot
that.
worse.
Okay.
Spooky.
Oh, the haunted house is gonna be so scary, Amy.
No,
The
a
ghost
lot
might
worse than
come.
that.
They might give you something, Amy.
No, I'm talking about the fear. You know that fear you felt during the movie, right? It's creepy, dark.
Sure. I have a
when
Dune quote creeping into my head, but yes.
Yeah, but the fear you actually, when you get to experience these ghosts, that fear is a lot more worse than the fear you get from it.
Ghosts now. You're talking about horror movies. So you're talking about blood.
No,
and gore,
I'm talking about.
Massacre.
I'm talking about fear.
You're talking about Ghostbusters was a comedy because that's all it can ever be is a comedy.
It was a comedy.
Yeah, it's a comedy, not a scary movie.
But that's about ghosts. I mean, anything else about ghosts?
Yeah,
The entity,
not everything about ghosts has to be scary.
Bubbles ghosts are scary, dog. They're very, very, very scary.
I'm talking about maybe.
Library. Yeah, I'm the guy
The
who
Grim
slimed
Reaper.
people.
For example, you seen the movie The Conjuring?
I've seen it all. It's all.
No, I'm asking Amy.
The only scary movies are the blood and gore movies.
But
I'm asking Amy.
And have I ever seen The Conjuring? I don't think so.
Go watch it. But basically, because it's based on actual events.
Amy, it's like Sharknado 6
with lasers.
No, but I'm trying to make the point that like the people who
it's
wrote
like
the book.
Police Academy 27.
But also sending love
Academy
to Saint Beloved. So we actually have a Skeptic Bible study on this channel. We run it about once a week. We try and get it up there. We're only through the Old Testament. We're in Deuteronomy. But I couldn't help myself to just get some clarification on there. I think I need more clarification, but I'm not going to break my own rules, gosh darn it. In fact, I'm going to pass it to Pieter, who has been waiting lovely. I hope you are doing well. Skeptic and Ranting tonight has been fantastic. The spice has been real, but it's been some good conversations. We have been talking good evidence for God. I don't know, Peter. Where could people find you? And did they convince you? Are you now a theist? What do you think?
Here we go. Let's. I can't wait. I'm just so excited.
Okay. Well, before I tell people where they can find me, I want to address my prophecy that I made earlier. And I've been sitting here with a dear friend, waiting and listening. And I said at the start of this, when Bubblegum joined, that he wasn't going to present a single piece of evidence for God. And
Hallelujah.
Darth, do you think that it's worth continuing?
Don't hold your
on
breath,
this?
because I don't want to be held responsible when you turn blue.
Okay, see, he agrees with me. We don't have to wait because it's not going to happen. He hasn't answered a single question other than with another question. So basically, my entire wrap up of this stream is that there's probably no evidence for God, and there's all the more reasons to run away and focus on other things. And while we're focusing on other things, I would like to remind people that tomorrow at 10 a.m. U.S. Central Time, we will have another Try and Convince Us That a God Exists, which is happening on the Politics Discord server. I just put in the link to Randolph Richardson's channel, where it's going to be streamed live. The last news I got is this one's not going to take 8 hours, but that was the last one too, which took almost 8 hours. So I'm not sure if it's going to happen.
Marathons, baby.
To wrap it up.
It's like an exorcism.
It is an awful lot of fun, and I do want to say that the theists that come on there, most of them are cordial, capable of having a good conversation, and for the most part, capable of at least trying to defend their point of view, which I really appreciate. Some of them will be featured on our channel. We're currently setting something up. I have a preacher coming on soon, who goes on Twitter by the name of Got Questions for You. And so I got questions for him, and he seems like a really reasonable guy to talk to. I tried earlier to get Christ Righteous in here, but he couldn't come on. But he did go live on his stream saying that I was one of the atheists that people should look up to and should try to emulate, because I was very reasonable, which I think most of the people in here would disagree with, but I take the compliment anyway. So yeah,
Take it, people.
and that's where people can find me. So tomorrow on Randall's channel, after that on my own channel, youtube.com/gonna go for it. Next week we'll have another Quran lessons on Ross channel, which for a lot of people that would be a good thing to know. I'm entirely silent for that entire stream. I say nothing. So if you want to join and not hear me talk, go there. And as always, Amy, thank you so much for doing streams like this, bringing people together. So at the end of every stream, the atheists and the theists can join in and
Kumbaya, my lord. Kumbaya.
Let me get my harmonica.
Kumbaya.
Yeah. That was me hip hop on religious music. You can hip hop
Be on all the Christian
any
radio stations.
religious song. Just by
I'm not going to believe in God anymore.
Thank you so very much, Peter. And go check
You're
him out at
welcome.
Randolph Stream. I see T-Jump there, lots of other. They got fantastic roster along with Taco. He runs a great show.
One more thing. Who's Randolph?
Randolph
This is the
Richardson.
guy who's the head of Canadian Atheist. I mean, have you ever heard, and you're going to have to excuse me, folks, have you ever heard such a dumb fuck in your whole life?
It's because he's so nice. And yeah, because that Randolph. Look,
Randolph's a beautiful guy. He really is.
And all right.
Oh boy. all on
James,
us.
we have been skeptic and ranting. You got our producer handling things backstage. Hope
He's
you
been
had
busy.
a fun
Can you tell?
time. I know. Well, I mean, like I said, he's been controlling all the spice. But we had a good time. In fact, we looked for some
blast,
good
actually.
evidence for God. I don't think we found any, though.
I don't think we found any. Not in the debate.
A dog
Least of
taking
all
a piss is excellent evidence.
Oh, it's that is the gold standard for your
It
level
is.
of evidence, Bubble. That is honestly, we asked you to bring the best that you have, and you brought the best. So we just have to thank you so much, Bubble, for bringing the hard-hitting evidence that
Dog taking a
would
piss.
lead any reasonable person to become an atheist. So you're making a great case for atheism when you come and bring that level of argumentation forward. But we appreciate it. You're kind of helping us out. But it's still fun going back and forth with you. And thanks everybody for watching. And yeah, great debate, great stream, little spice, but it's all in good fun. So we'll see you guys next time.
I have to admit that Bubblegum did say he'd own us in chat. He got on the show and keep plugging away there, Bubblegum.
He takes a beating, but he keeps on giving it.
He does. I'll give him that, and I've got no disrespect for the guy at all. But yeah, don't say something in chat until you mean it. Just come on and give your bollocks accounts for your life and why you believe in shit.
What?
A dog pissed, right? Dog.
A dog
There you go.
pissed? I mean,
Dog
we
pissed.
finally cracked it, ladies
gold,
and gentlemen.
the evidence
The
of
pinnacle
God.
of your creation.
There's Amy. I have another piece of evidence for God,
Is it a cat
particularly
pissing?
for. No. It is a Catholic. So the Catholic worldview probably is the right thing because I have it on good authority of someone.
Number one, I do like being on my knees. Oh my, now the evidence is starting to come in.
All right.
Peter, can I
Have to
just
do it.
tell you, and James would attest to Gavin would attest to this down here as well. When you do something that you love, you never work a day in your life.
Send that clip to Darth Dawkins.
Oh, you said Gavin, right? Gavin.
That's right. Look,
If you say Gavin 3 times, he's going to show up. Did you know that?
do we have to look in a mirror?
I do have evidence.
No. Say Gavin. Say Gavin 3 times.
Gavin.
The definition of slavery
shit
is someone who is owned by another person.
I
Therefore, the
removed
Bible
Gavin
condones
from the
slavery.
soundboard and I put in Jill. My bad.
Oh my. You put in someone who's allergic to women? I feel so bad for him. He came down with it. So must have been at, an age that was very disturbing ever since maybe an adult. He just can't be around women thanks to the Bible.
Oh, we've got a
Yeah.
Dillahunty.
Well, I now feel bad that I removed Gavin from the soundboard.
Actually,
like
that's
that.
not so bad.
I think that Matt he gets spicy, but I see both sides. Sometimes it's why you need a co-host sometimes. I think, especially if I am a little bit biased, but I think Matt does well when a woman is co-hosting, or Matt is co-hosting and a woman's in charge. Either way, just because it's a good bad cop, good cop, bad cop kind of situation. Sometimes people need to be brought in, who I love a lot. I mean, just shouting out ACA women. I obviously need to shout out Arden, but I love Shannon Q as well. Shannon is just very good at giving people enough rope. She's so sweet because she's Canadian, and yet, oh man, I've seen some people just absolutely make themselves look ridiculous in front of her. Good stuff. Sending love to all our ACA brothers and sisters out there.
Gavin
Materialist
is his
Stan.
spot. Gavin
I
Gavin
know.
is anchored, well anchored down there.
Bullshitting. I know you're bullshitting, and everyone else in the room knows you're bullshitting.
That's right. What happens when someone controls the spice? They control the universe. Anyway, I know we're about to have a spice ASMR overload.
Thomas Anderson has got it right. Thomas Anderson, Tracy Newman, Tracy Harris.
Go,
was
Neo,
brilliant.
go.
Was brilliant.
That's right. Shannon is awesome. Tracy were a great combo. I miss Tracy. Tracy, once again, they always underestimated her, and she was fantastic at really pinning down
Tracy.
people's bullshit.
I was gonna say a quick word before.
I will take a leap and I will say it out loud. Tracy Harris was better than Matt.
I'm just gonna say a quick word before I leave.
Always will
Different
be.
techniques. I appreciate both, but yeah, I love Tracy. Is freaking amazing.
Tracy could demolish someone without raising her voice.
Yeah,
he could
she was more
absolutely
tolerant and
trash someone.
Yeah. Especially the flat earthers that found in. She got
Probably-
all the flat earthers.
Personally, I think we need a flamethrower to counter people like Greg Locke.
Oh, Tangelo calling in. Is he still banned from calling in?
I don't know what that meant. Anyways, do you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Greg Locke is getting worse.
I'm about to send us out, so send us your last thought of the night.
I would
Yeah,
like
but
to
how-
have a role play.
What was that about? Is that Entangle?
That might be.
Yeah. Listen, you guys have to provide a non-vague request for criteria for evidence, because when you give this very vague
And I
criteria
did.
for evidence, like you did, like
And I
Amy
did.
did, like Leo did, I can easily reply, dog taking a piss, and that absolutely fits your criteria.
But is a dog taking a piss
No,
your
and I
standard?
pointed out how it didn't.
Like,
Is
what
it-
is that your standard of evidence? Is that where your bar is?
Well, then no. It's also when you give this very vague criteria, I can reply with a very vague answer, and so
Alright.
it fits your answer.
I don't think. See, I feel like that is argument. Oh, I know you are, but what am I? And that is not very convincing.
Yeah.
Like, the
Another
argument
thing,
you, what
this-
would actually convince
Batman
us?
is strong.
But
But the
when
thing
we
is, you-
actually ask what would convince you, it tends to be you just shooting it back onto us. But we
Which
want
is
to
the
know
thing.
what would convince you.
Well, it doesn't matter what would convince me.
Yeah.
It's about convincing you.
But actually, that is the
I-
so like
and
that. I
exact-
understand that is the apologetic technique, but the position is what would convince. Like, you're supposed to provide good evidence. So you saying I don't accept your standard is never going to convince us. It's like, okay, that's cool, but when
No.
like I truly like.
But again, you guys
try
are the
to
ones.
understand
you guys-
what your argument is, but when you say a dog pisses in the woods, to me, what you're saying is I have no evidence. I'm never going to present evidence. I'm never going to
No.
change science. I'm just kind of conceding
Exactly.
that
No.
I don't have evidence.
No, what I'm
That's
saying
what
is
it means.
No, he actually
no.
said. He actually
No, what I'm
said.
saying is let me reply. Let me reply a second. Leave already. Let me
Okay.
reply. Let me reply a second. Leave already.
Okay.
When you bring up the question, what is good evidence, quote unquote good, and then I ask you for what is your criteria for evidence, and then you reply with this very vague sense of what evidence is. I get to reply with a very vague sense of evidence to fit that
And
criteria.
I was
I just
really
wanna finish-
specific.
I'm not-
I was really specific with my criteria bubble,
you weren't.
and
It's
guess
very
what?
vague,
You
and I
came
said-
and you came
and I-
back and you came back and you came back with a piece of evidence that didn't
it
fit
fit-
my
it
specific
fits your
criteria,
It does fit your criteria.
being evidence of one position or hypothesis over another, because a dog pissing can be evidence for multiple things. It can be evidence
Exactly.
that there are dogs.
Exactly.
It can be evidence that there is piss. There is evidence that there is water, but it's not pure and simple evidence for one position, namely the one position that there is a
It is-
God. So
it is
that
evidence
piece of
to fit your
evidence
criteria.
is
Your
not
loose
evidence.
criteria- Yes, to fit your loose criteria, it fits your loose criteria, and that's all it needs to do.
No,
Bubble,
my
one of these-
criteria was so specific that
It
yours
wasn't.
didn't fit.
Bubble,
I-
one of
I-
these
I
days
just
you're
don't
right.
What's specific
understand.
about it? What is specific about your criteria? Nothing.
I just
We
pointed.
could
I
take
just pointed
away-
that out. If you say a dog pissing is evidence for God, a dog pissing is also evidence for the fact that there are dogs. It is
Amy's
evidence
handing out
that there
road
is
beer,
piss.
people. She's
It
handing
is
out road beer.
evidence that the dog drinks water in order to
Give it to
produce
him, Amy.
piss.
What
So
is
that's
evidence?
already three things. There's three things it's evidence for. So it's not conclusive evidence for one specific thing, namely that your God exists. So you failed with your evidence, and you're not going to provide any.
You're not answering the question. What is specific about your criteria? Nothing is.
But let me just use your criteria. Just by saying a dog pisses in the wood, what could we use from that statement more? That a dog exists or a God exists? From just knowing that a dog pisses in the woods, what can we obtain from that?
Again, you're the ones asking the question. So
I would actually, I'll give you the answer. That the dog exists, and we have no, like literally, that's
Are you
evidence
not-
that a dog
are you-
exists and not a God.
Are you not asking the question?
He's not going to answer because he doesn't have an answer. He's not going to answer.
A dog
He does
pissing
not
in the
have an
street
answer.
is an evidence of God. Prove that. You haven't shown it. You haven't proven anything tonight. Bubblegum. You said a dog pissing in the street
I don't need
is
to prove it.
evidence for God.
I don't
Why?
need to provide the criteria. You have to provide that criteria.
What?
Not me.
How? Why?
Because you're the
When?
ones asking the question. You're the ones asking the question.
And
How are
we
you
did.
not getting this? You're the ones
And we
asking the
did.
question.
I take one.
If
more
you're
point.
asking the question, you have to provide the criteria. And if you provide a very loose, vague criteria, I can reply with something very vague.
You're
Because it fits
expecting
it.
someone who's not
Everything you
reasonable
said
to be
Guys,
reasonable.
I know.
Hey.
I knew it was a rabbit hole. I
right,
saw
I'm out.
the
I'm
carrot.
out.
and I
He's
couldn't
not a
stop.
reasonable person.
A dog
So.
pissing, you have
I'm
evidence
out.
that a God exists by a dog pissing in the street.
I'm out.
Go.
And all right, ladies and gentlemen, I think we've finally we've gone down. If you're
Dogs
not a
exist.
theist after
Piss
that, I
exists.
don't know what else.
He ran away. He ran
Well,
away,
like I
which
said,
is
we've been on
perfect
for a while.
evidence. Which is perfect evidence for him having no evidence.
Of course he doesn't have any
Amy,
evidence. Of
Thank
course
you
he
for having me
doesn't.
on your show again. It's always a pleasure.
It was a
It's always
pleasure
good laugh
having you
here.
on.
Thank you,
In
dog.
fact, I want to thank all of you for joining us
guys.
on this episode of Skeptic
It was
and
a lot of fun.
Ranting. Good evidence for God, oh my Lord, where tonight we had a modern day debate inspired after party on Abdullah Andalusi versus Matt Dillahunty. Good evidence for God. They always look up, they never look down. For some
Leo is so
theological
smart.
fun. Though I want to thank my co-host, James W., along
Newman.
with our guests, Peter, Dog, Beamsy, Porpoise, Leophilius, Jason, BrainBug, Bubble, Immutable, Ogre, and Alpha, as well as the lovely people in chat, our awesome mods who make this stream so great, and of course, lovely
alone,
viewers
Wilson.
like you who make this channel even possible. If you enjoyed the show, please don't forget to like, follow, or subscribe, because then you gain access to that all button icon, which will send you reminders to see our premieres or join our live streams. What is up, interwebs? Or hey, why not leave a comment once the video is done? After the show, we will be heading into the Skeptic and Ranting Discord server, the link of which is in the description below. Lastly, if you would like to help us make even more content, we offer some perks for our supporters by checking out our Patreon at patreon.com/Amy Newman. I am Amy Newman, and we will see you all on the next episode of Skeptic Ballsy. Good night,
Thanks for the ride. Oh, Randolph just got in, chat. Randolph just got in.
What is up, Randolph?
This is the guy who's the head of Canadian Atheist. I mean, have you ever heard, and you're going to have to excuse me, folks, have you ever heard such a dumb fuck in your whole life?